Janamejaya said, after my great-grandfather Partha had gone away from the woods of Kamyaka, what did the sons of Pandu do in the absence of that hero capable of drawing the bow with his left hand? It seemeth to me that mighty bowman and vanquisher of armies was their refuge, as Vishnu of the celestials. How did my heroic grandsires pass their time in the forest, deprived of the company of that hero, who resembled Indra himself in prowess and never turned his back in battle? After Arjuna of unbaffled prowess had gone away from Kamyaka, the sons of Pandu were filled with sorrow and grief, and the Pandavas with shapeless hearts, very much resembled pearls unstrung from a reef, or birds shorn of their wings, and without that hero of white steeds, that forest looked like the Haitarahatiha woods when deprived of the presence of Kuvera. And those tigers among men, the sons of Pandu, deprived of the company of Arjuna, continued to live in Kamyaka in perfect shelterlessness. And those mighty warriors, endowed with great prowess, slew with poor arrows various kinds of sacrificial animals for the Brahmanas, and those tigers among men, and repressor of foes, daily slaying those wild animals, and sanctifying them, properly offered them unto the Brahmanas. And it was thus that those bulls among men, afflicted with sorrow, lived there with shelterless hearts after the Dhananjaya departure. The prince of Panchala, in particular, remembering her third lord, addressed the anxious Yudhishthira and said that Arjuna, who with 2 hands rivals the 1,000-armed Arjuna, alas, without that foremost of the sons of Pandu, this forest doth not seem at all beautiful in my eyes. Without him, whenever I cast my eyes, this earth seems to be forlorn. Even this forest, with its blossoming trees and full of wonders, without Arjuna, seems not delightful as before. Without him who is like a mass of blue clouds, who have the prowess of an infuriated elephant, and whose eyes are like the leaves of the lotus, this Kamyaka forest doth not seem beautiful to me. Remembering that hero capable of drawing the bow with his left hand, and the twang of whose bow sounds like the roar of thunder, I cannot feel any happiness. And hearing her lament in this strain, that slayer of hostile heroes, Bhishmasena, addressed Draupadi in these words: Blessed lady of slender waist, the agreeable words that thou utterest delight my heart, like the quaffing of nectar. Without him whose arms are long and symmetrical, and stout, and like unto a couple of iron maces, and round, and marked by the scars of the bowstring, and graced with the bow and sword, and other weapons, and encircled with golden bracelets, and like unto a couple of 5-headed snakes. Without that tiger among men, the sky itself seemeth to be without the sun. Without that might armed on, relying upon whom the Pankhalas and the Kauravas fear not the sternly exerting hands of the celestials themselves. Without that illustrious hero, relying upon whose arms we all regard our foes as already vanquished, and the earth itself as already conquered. Without that Vihalguna, I cannot obtain any peace in the woods of Kamyaka. The different directions, wherever I cast my eyes, appear to be in pit. After Bhishma had concluded, Nakula, the son of Pandu, with voice shocked with tears, said, Without him whose extraordinary deeds on the field of battle constitute the talk of even the gods, without that foremost of warriors, what pleasure can we have in the woods? Without him who, having gone towards the north, had vanquished might Gandhara chiefs by hundreds, and who, having obtained numberless handsome horses of the Titiri and Kaumazha species, are endowed with the speed of the wind, presented them from affection unto his brother, the king, on the occasion of the great Rajasuya sacrifice. Without that dear and illustrious one, without that terrible warrior born after Bhima, without that hero equal unto a god, I do not desire to live in the Kamyaka woods any longer. After Nakula lamentations, Sahadeva said, he who, having vanquished mighty warriors in battle, won wealth and virgins, and brought them unto the king on the occasion of the great Rajasuya sacrifice. That hero of immeasurable splendor, who, having vanquished single-handed the assembled Yadavas in battle, ravished Subhadra with the consent of Vasudeva, he who, having invaded the dominion of the illustrious Drupada, gave unto the preceptor Drona his tuition fee, beholding that Jisnu bed of grass in pit in or asylum, my heart refuses consolation. A migration from this forest is what I won't prefer, for without that hero this forest cannot be delightful. Hearing these words of his brothers, as also of Krishna, all of whom were anxious on account of the Dhananjaya, King Yudhishthira, the just, became melancholy, and at that time he saw the celestial rish Narada blazing with Brahmi beauty and like unto a fire flaming up in consequence of sacrificial libation, and beholding him come, King Yudhishthira with his brothers stood up and duly worshipped the illustrious one, and endowed with blazing energy. The handsome chief of the Kuru race, surrounded by his brothers, shone like the god of 100 sacrifices, encircled by the celestials, and Yajnaseni, in obedience to the dictates of morality, adhered to her lord, the son of Pritha, like Savitri, to the Vedas, or the rings of the sun, to the peak of Meru. And the illustrious Rish Narada, accepting that worship, comforted the son of the Dharma in proper terms, and addressing the high-souled King Yudhishthira, the just, the Rish said, tell me what it is that thou seekest, and what I can do for thee. At this, the royal son of the Dharma, bowing with his brothers unto Narada, who was the revered of the celestials, told him with joined hands, thou that art highly blessed and worshipped by all the worlds, when thou art gratified with me, I regard all my wishes in consequence of thy grace as already fulfilled, thou of excellent vows. If I with my brothers deserve thy favor, it behoveth thee to dispel the doubt that is in my mind. It behoveth thee to tell me in detail what merit is his that goeth round the world, desirous of beholding the sacred waters and shrines that are on it. Narada said, listen with attention to what the intelligent Bhishma had heard before from Pulastia. Once that foremost of virtuous men, Bhishma, while in the observance of the Pitriya vow, lived in the company of Munis in a delightful and sacred region near the source of the Ganga, that is resorted to be the celestial rishis and Gandharvas and the celestial themselves. And while living there, the resplendent one gratified with his oblations the Pitris, the gods, and the rishis, according to the rites inculcated in the scriptures. And once on a time, while the illustrious one was engaged in his silent recitations, he beheld Pulastia, that best of rishis of wonderful appearance, and beholding that austere ascetic blazing with beauty, he was filled with great delight and exceeding wonder, and that foremost of virtuous men, Bihisma, then worshipped that blessed rich according to the rites of the ordinance, and purifying himself, and with rapt attention, he approached that best of Brahma's his, with the arghya on his head, and uttering aloud his name, he said, Blessed be thou, I am Bihisma, thy slave. At sight of thee I am freed from all my sins. And saying this, that foremost of virtuous men, Bihisma, his training species, stood in silence and with joined hands, and beholding Bihisma, that foremost of the Kurus, adjusted and emaciated by the observance of vows, and the stud of the Vedas, the Muni became filled with joy. Pulastia said, I have been much gratified with thy humility, thy self-control, and thy truth, thou blessed unversed immorality. It is for this virtue of thine which thou hast acquired from regard to thy ancestor, that I have been gratified with thee, and thou hast a sight of my person. My eyes can penetrate into everything. Tell me what I may do for thee. I will grant thee whatever thou mayest ask me. Bihisma said, When thou who art worshipped by the three worlds hast been gratified with me, and when I have obtained a sight of thy exalted self, I regard myself as already crowned with success. If I have deserved thy favor, I will tell thee my doubts, and it behoveth thee to dispel them. I have some religious doubts in respect of Tirthas. Speak of those to me in detail. I desire to hear thee. Thou that resemblest a celestial himself, what is his merit? Who goeth round the whole earth? Tell me this with certainty. Pulastia said, Listen with attention. I will tell thee of the merit which attacheth to Tirthas, and which constituteth the refuge of the riches. He whose hands and feet and mind and knowledge and assets and acts are under unwholesome control, enjoyeth the fruits of Tirthas. He who has ceased to accept gifts, he that is contented, he that is free from pride, enjoys the fruits of Tirthas. He that is without sin, he that acts without purpose, he that eats light, he that has his senses under control, he that is free from every sin, enjoys the fruits of Tirthas. He that is free from anger, he that adhereth to truth, he that is firm in vows, he that regardeth all creatures as his own self, enjoyeth the fruits of Tirthas. In the Vedas, the rishis have declared in due order the sacrifice and their fruits here and hereafter. Truly, those sacrifices cannot be accomplished by him that is poor, for those sacrifices require various materials and diverse things in large masses. These, therefore, can be performed by kings or sometimes by other men of prosperity and wealth. That rite, however, which men without wealth, without allies, singly, without wife and children, and destitute of means, are capable of accomplishing, and the merit of which is equal unto the sacred fruits of sacrifice, I will now declare unto thee, thou best of warriors. Sojourn in Tirthas, which are meritorious and which constitute one of the high mysteries of the riches, are even superior to sacrifice. He is a poor man who, having gone to a Tirtha, hath not fasted for 3 nights, who hath not given away gold, and who hath not distributed kine. Indeed, one acquireth not, but the performance of the agnistoma, and others, sacrifice distinguished by large gifts. That merit which one acquireth by sojourn to a Tirtha. In the world of men, there is that Tirtha of the God of gods, celebrated over the 3 worlds by the name of Puskara. on that sojourneth there becometh equal unto that deity. During the two twilights and midday, there is the presence of 100,000 millions of Tirthas in Puskara, the Adityas, the Vasus, the Hudras, the Sadhiyas, the Maruts, the Gandhiharvas, and the Apsaras are ever presented. In Puskara, it was there that the gods, the deities, and Brahmas, having performed ascetic devotions, there obtained great merit and finally attained to goodhood. Men of self-control, by even thinking mentally of Puskara, are cleansed from their sins and regarded in heaven. The illustrious grandsire, having the lotus for his seat, had dwelt with great pleasure in this Tirtha. It was in Puskara that the gods, with the rishis, having acquired of old great merit, finally obtained the highest success. The person who, devoted to the worship of the gods and the Pitris, batheth in this Tirtha, obtaineth, it hath been said by the wise, merit that is equal to 10 times that of the horse sacrifice. Having gone to the Puskara woods, he that feedeth even on Brahmana becometh happy here and hereafter for that act. He that supporteth himself on vegetables and roots and fruits may with pious regard and without disrespect give even such fare to a Brahmana. And the man of wisdom, even by such a gift, will acquire the merit of a horse sacrifice. Those illustrious persons among Brahmanas or Kshatriyas or Vaisyas or Sudras that bath in Puskara are freed from the obligation of rebirth. That man in special who visits Puskara on the full moon of the month of Kartika acquireth everlasting regions in the abode of Brahma. He that thinketh with joined hands morning and evening of the Puskara practically batheth in every Tirtha. Whether a male or a female, whatever sins one may commit since birth are all destroyed as soon as one batheth in Puskara. As the slayer of Madhu is the foremost of all the celestials, is Puskara the foremost of all Tirthas. A man, by residing with purity and regulated vows for 12 years in Puskara, acquireth the merit of all the sacrifices, and goeth to the abode of Brahma. The merit of one who performeth the Agnihotra for full 100 years is equal to that of him who resideth for the single month of Kartika in Puskara. There are 3 white hillocks and 3 springs, known from the remote times. We do not know why, by the name of the Puskaras. It is difficult to go to Puskara. It is difficult to undergo ascetic austerities at Puskara. It is difficult to give away at Puskara, and it is difficult to live at Puskara. Having dwelt for 12 nights at Puskara with regulated diet and vows, and having walked round, one must go to Janvu Marga. On that goeth to Janvu Marga, which is resorted to by the celestials, the rishis and the pitris, acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice and the fruition of all his wishes. The man that resideth there for 5 nights hath his soul cleansed from all sins. He never sinketh into hell, acquireth his success. Leaving Janvu Marga, one must go to Tandulikasrama. He that goeth there never sinketh into hell, ascendeth to the abode of Brahma. He that goeth to the lake of Agastya and occupieth himself with the worship of the Pitris and celestials, fasting for 3 nights, acquireth the fruit of the Agnistoma. Going thither, he that liveth on vegetables or fruits acquireth the status called Kaumara. One should next proceed to the beautiful asylum of Kamba, which is worshipped by the whole world. That sacred wood, characterized by holiness, existeth from very remote times. As soon as one entereth it, he is freed from all his sins. He who with regulated diet and vows worshipeth the Pitris and the gods there, obtaineth the fruit of a sacrifice that is capable of bestowing the fruition of our own desires. Having walked round this asylum, one must then go to the spot where Yayati fell. He that goeth thither acquireth the merit of a horse sacrifice. One must then go to Mahakala with regulated diet and senses subdued, and having bathed in the Tirtha called Koti, one obtaineth the merit of a horse sacrifice. A virtuous man should next proceed to the Tirtha of Sitihanu, the husband of Uma, know over the 3 words but the name of Vihadaravata. That best of men who goeth to Vihadaravata beholdeth Isana, and obtaineth the fruit of a gift of 1,000 kinds, and through the grace of Mahadeva he acquireth the status of Ganapatiya, blessed with prosperity and peace and high grace. Having arrived then at the Narmada, that river celebrated over the 3 worlds, and given oblations of water to the Pitris and the gods, one acquireth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. He that goeth into the Southern Ocean, practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life, and with senses subdued, acquireth the fruit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, and ascendeth to heaven. Having arrived at Harmanihati, with regulated diet and senses subdued, one acquireth at the command of Hantideva the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. One must then go to Arvuda, the son of Himavat, where there was a hole through the earth in days of yore. There is the asylum of Vasistha, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Having resided for one night, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kinds. He that leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, bathed in the Tirtha called Pinga, obtaineth the merit of the gift of 100 Kapila kinds. One must next go to that excellent Tirtha called Prabhihasa. There Hutasana is always present in his own person. He, the friend of Pavana, is the mouth of all the gods. The man that with subdued and sanctified soul bathed in that Tirtha obtaineth merit greater than that of the Agnistoma or Atihatra sacrifice. Proceeding next to the spot where the Sarasvati mingleth with the sea, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kinds, and heaven besides, blazing forth for all time like Agni himself. He that with subdued soul bathed in the Tirtha of the king of waters, and give oblations of water unto the Pitris and the gods living there for 3 nights, blazeth forth like the moon, and obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. One should next proceed unto the Tirtha known by the name of Varadana, where Durvasa had given a boon unto Vishnu. A man by bathing in Varadana obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kinds. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to the Varavati, where by bathing in Pindaraka one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of gold in abundance. It is wonderful to relate that in that Tirtha, to this day, coins with the mark of the lotus and lotuses, with the mark of the trident, are seen. The presence of Mahadeva is there, arriving then at the spot where the Sindhu mingleth with the sea. One should with subdued soul bath in that Tirtha of Varuna, and bathing there and giving oblations of water to the Pitris, the rishis, and the gods, one acquireth the region of Varuna, in places forth in effusions of his own. Men of wisdom say that by worshipping the god, no but the name of Sihanku Karsnesvara, on accurate 10 times the merit of the horse sacrifice. Having walked round that Tirtha on showed, go to that Tirtha, celebrated over the 3 words, and know by the name of Dreamy. That Tirtha cleanses from every sin, and it is there that the gods, including Brahma, worship Mahesvara, having bathed there and worshipped Rudra, surrounded by the other gods. On is freed from all sins since birth. It was there that Dreamy was adored by all the gods, bathing there, on obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. Vishnu, the creator of the universe, after slaying the deities and Danavas, went thither to purify himself. On should next proceed to Vasudhara, adored by all. The moment on arrives at that Tirtha, on acquires the fruit of the horse sacrifice, and by bathing there with subdued soul and rapt attention, and giving oblations of water unto the gods and the Pitris, on ascendeth unto the region of Vishnu, and is adored there, in that Tirtha. There is a sacred lake of the Vasus. By bathing there and drinking of its water, one becometh regarded of the Vasus. There is a celebrated Tirtha of the name of Sindhihutama, which destroyeth every sin. By bathing there, one acquireth the fruit of the gift of God in abundance. By arriving at Vihadaratunga, with sanctified soul and purity of conduct, one acquireth the region of Brahma and a high state of blessedness. There is then the Tirtha of the Kumarikas of Indra, that is much exalted to by the Siddhas. By bathing there, one obtaineth the region of Indra. In Kumarika there is another Tirtha called Henuka, which is exalted to by the Siddhas. A Brahmana, by bathing there, won't become as bright as the moon. Proceeding next to the Tirtha called the Pankhananda, with subdued sense and regulated diet, one obtaineth the fruit of the 5 sacrifices that have been mentioned one after another in the scriptures. Then one should go to the excellent region of Bhima. By bathing in the Tirtha there, that is called Yoni, a man becometh the son of a goddess, wearing earrings decked with pearls, and obtaineth the merit of the gift of 100,000 kine. Proceeding next to Sirikunda, celebrated over the 3 worlds and worshipping the Grand Tsar, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should then go to the excellent Tirtha called Vimala, where to this day may be seen fishes of golden and silver hues. By bathing there, one soon acquireth the region of Vasava, and his soul being cleansed from every sin, he attaineth to a high state of blessedness. Proceeding next to Vitasta, and giving oblations of water unto the Pitris and the gods, a man obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapeya sacrifice. That sin-destroying Tirtha, known by the name of Vitasta, is situated in the country of the Kashmiras, and is the abode of the Naga Takishaka. Bathing there, a man certainly obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and he is so cleansed from every sin, he attaineth to a high state of blessedness. One should next proceed to Vadava, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing there with 2 rites in the evening, one should offer rice boiled in butter and milk, according to the best of his might, unto the deity of 7 flames. Men of wisdom say that a gift made here in honor of the Pitris becometh inexhaustibly. the rishis, the pitris, the gods, the gandharvas, several tribes of apsaras, the guhyakas, the kinnaras, the yakshas, the siddhas, the vidihiyadhiharas, the hakshasas, daitiyas, hudras, and Brahma himself, having with subdued senses accepted a course of austerities for 1,000 years in order to move Vishnu to grace, cooked rice in milk and butter and gratified cassava with oblations, each offered with 7 hicks, and the gratified cassava thereupon conferred on them the eightfold attributes called Aisvarya and other objects that they desired, and having bestowed upon them these, that God disappeared in their sight like lightning in the clouds. And it is for this that Tirtha became known by the name of Sapitakharu, and if one offereth Haru there to the 7-flamed date, he obtaineth merit superior to that of the gift of 100,000 kine, to that of 100 Rajasuya sacrifice, as of 100 horses sacrifice. Leaving Vadava, one shall then proceeded to Haudrapada, and beholding Mahadeva, thereon obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Proceeding then with subdued soul, and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, to Manimat, and residing there for one night, on acquireth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. One should then go to Devika, celebrated over the whole world. It was there, as heard by us, the Brahmana first sprang into existence. There is the region of the holder of the trident, region that is celebrated over the world. Having bathed in Devika and worshipped Mahesvara by offering him to the best of own might, rice boiled in milk and butter, a man obtaineth the merit of a sacrifice that is capable of filling every desire. There is another Tirtha of Rudra called Kamakiya, which is much resorted to by the gods. Bathing there, a man speedily obtaineth success. But touching the water of Yajana, Brahmavaluka, and Puspamva, one becometh free from sorrow in afterlife. The learned have said that the sacred Tirtha of the Vika, the resort of the gods and the rishis, is 5 yojanas in length and half a yojana in breadth. One shall then, in due order, proceed to Dirghasatra. There the gods with Brahma at their head, the siddhas and the greatest rishis, with regulated vows and the recitation of acceptance of the preliminary pledge, perform the long-extending sacrifice. By going on to Dirghasatra, one obtaineth merit that is superior to that of the Rajasuya or the horse sacrifice. One should next proceed with subdued senses and regulated diet to Vinasana, where Sarasvati, disappearing on the breast of Meru, he appeareth at Khamasa, Sihiho Dibiheda, and Naga Dibiheda. Bathing in Khamaso Dibiheda, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. Bathing in Sihiho Dibiheda, one acquireth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine, and bathing in Nago Dibiheda, one obtaineth the region of the Nagas. One should proceed next to the inaccessible Tirtha of Sihasayana, where the cranes, disappearing in the form of sasas, reappear every year in the month of Kartika, and bathe in the Sarsavati. Bathing there, one blazeth forth like the moon, and obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed to Kumarakoti with subdued senses, and bathing there worship the gods and the pitris. By doing this, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 10,000 kine, and raiseth all his ancestors to high regions. On should next proceed with subdue soul to Hudrakoti, where in olden days 10 millions of munis had assembled, filled with great joy at the prospect of beholding Mahadeva. The rishis assembled there, each saying, I will first behold the god. And in order to prevent disputes among those rishis of subdued souls, the Lord of Yoga, by the help of his yoga power, multiplied himself into 10 million forms and stood before every one of them. And every one of these rishis said, I have seen him first. And gratified with the deep devotion of those munis of subdued souls, Mahadeva granted them a boon, saying, From this day your righteousness shall grow, and on that baths with a poor mind in Hudrakoti obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and delivereth his ancestor. On should next proceed to that high, sacred and celebrated region where the Sarasvati mingles with the sea. Thither the gods with Brahma at their head and the rishis with wealth of asceticism prepare for adoring Kesava on the 14th day of the lighted fortnight of the month of Chaitra. Bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance, and he so being cleansed from every sin, he ascendeth to the region of Brahma. It is there that the rishis have completed many a sacrifice. By a trip to that spot, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed to the adored Kurukshetra, at sight of which all creatures are freed from their sins. He is freed from all sins who constantly saith, I will live in Kurukshetra. The very dust of Kurukshetra, conveyed by the wind, leadeth a sinful man to a blessed course. They that dwell in Kurukshetra, which lieth to the south of the Sarasvati and the north of the Dirishadivati, are said to dwell in heaven. One should reside there for a month. There the gods with Brahma at their head, the rishis, the siddhas, the kharanas, the gandharvas, the apsaras, the yakshas, and the nagas often repair to the highly sacred Brahma Kishetra. The sins of one that desireth to repair to Kurukshetra, even mentally, are all destroyed, and he finally goeth into the region of Brahma. By repairing to Kurukshetra in a pious frame of mind, one obtaineth the fruit of the Rajasuya and horse sacrifice. By saluting next the Yakisha, called Mankanaka, that might gatekeeper, one obtaineth the fruit of giving away 1,000 kine. One should next repair to the excellent region of Vishnu, where Hari is always present, bathing there, and bowing down unto Hari, the creator of the three worlds. One obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice, and repaireth to the abode of Vishnu. One should next repair to Pariplava, that Tirtha, celebrated over the three worlds, and one obtaineth merit that is great than that of the Agnistoma and the Atihatra sacrifice. Repairing next to the Tirtha called Pritihivi, one obtaineth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine. The pilgrim should next proceed to Sihalokini, and bathing there in the Dasasvamedha, one obtaineth the merit of 10 horse sacrifice. Proceeding next to Sarpadevi, that excellent Tirtha of the Nagas, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, and attaineth to the region of the Nagas. One should next proceed to Tarantuka, the gatekeeper, and residing there for one night, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next with subdued senses and regulated diet to Pankhananda, in bathing in the Tirtha there, called koti, and obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice, proceeding then to the Tirtha of the Tunga's wings, and obtaineth personal beauty, and should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Varaha, where Vishnu formerly stood in the form of a boar, bathing thereon obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. On should next repair to the Tirtha called Sama in Jayanti, bathing thereon obtaineth the merit of Rajasuya sacrifice, by bathing in Ekahansa, Amen obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. A pilgrim repairing to Krita Saukha obtaineth the lotus-eyed deity in perfect purity of soul. On should next proceed to Munjavata, that spot sacred to the illustrious Sitihanu, residing there without food for one night, on obtaineth the status called Ganapatiya. There is the celebrated Tirtha called Yakishini, repairing to that Tirtha and bathing there, on obtaineth fruition of all his desires. That Tirtha is regarded as the gate of Kurukshetra. The pilgrim should with concentrated soul walk around it, equal unto the Puskaras. It was created by the high-souled Rama, the son of Jamadagni, bathing there and worshipping the Pitris and the gods, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and becometh successful in everything. The pilgrim should next repair with concentrated soul to the Ramarada. There, the heroic Rama of resplendent energy, exterminating the Kshatriyas by his might, dug 5 lakes and filled them with the blood of his victims, as heard by us, and having filled those lakes with Kshatriya blood, Rama offered oblations of blood to his saris and grandsaris, gratified those rishis, then addressed Rama and said, "We have been gratified with thee, for this thy regard for the Pitris and thy prowess. Blessed be thou, and ask thou the boon thou choosest. What is that thou desirest?" Thus addressed Rama, that foremost of his meter, said with joined hands these words unto the Pitris stationed in the firmament: "If ye have been gratified with me, if I have deserved your favor, I desire this favor of the Pitris, that I may have pleasure again in ascetic austerities. Let me, through your power, be freed from the sin I have committed by exterminating from wrath the Kshatriya race. Let my lakes become Tirthas, celebrated over the world." The Pitris, hearing these blessed words of Rama, were highly gratified, and filled with joy, they answered him, saying, "Let thy asceticism increase in consequence of thy regard for the Pitris. Thou hast exterminated the Kshatriya from wrath. Freed art thou already from that sin, for they have perished as a consequence of their own misdeeds. Without doubt, these lakes of thine will become Tirthas, and if on bathing in these lakes offereth oblations of the water thereof to the Pitris, the latter, gratified with him, will grant him desire, difficult of fulfillment in the world, as also eternal heaven." Having granted him these boons, the Pitris joyful saluted Rama of the Bihirigu race and disappeared there and then. It was thus that the lakes of the illustrious Rama of the Bihirigu race became sacred. Leading a Brahmacharya mode of life and observing sacred vows, one should bath in the lakes of Rama. Bathing therein and worshipping Rama, one obtaineth the merit of gift of gold in abundance. Proceeding next to Vansamulaka, a pilgrim, by bathing there, raiseth his own race. Arriving next at the Tirtha called Kayasodihana, and bathing there, one purifieth without doubt his body, and proceedeth with purified body to the blessed region of unrivaled excellence, and showed next repair to that Tirtha celebrated over the three woes called Loko Dara, where formerly Vishnu of great prowess had created the worlds. Arriving at that Tirtha, which is adored by the three woes on Earth, bathing there numerous woes for himself, repairing next with subdued soul to the Tirtha called Sri, on Mercury's bathing there and worshipping the Pitris and the gods, high prosperity, leading a Brahmacharya mode of life in which concentrated soul on should proceed next to the Tirtha called Kapila, bathing there and worshipping on Pitris and the gods, and men earneth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 Kapila kine. Preparing next to the Tirtha called Surya, and bathing there with subdued soul, and worshipping the Pitris and the gods, fasting all the while, on obtaineth the fruit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, and goeth to the region of the sun. The pilgrim, by proceeding next to Gobihavana, and bathing there, obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. A pilgrim, by repairing them to the Tirtha called Sihankihini, and bathing in the Devi Tirtha that is there, obtaineth high prowess. On should then proceed to the Tirtha called Tarandaka, situated in the Sarasvati, and belonging to the illustrious chief of the Yakis house, who is one of the gatekeepers. Bathing there on obtaineth the fruit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. On should next repair to the Tirtha called Brahma Varta. Bathing in Brahma Varta, on ascendeth to the abode of Brahma. On should then repair to the excellent Tirtha called Sutirtha. There the Pitris are ever present along with the gods. On should bath there and worship the Pitris and the gods. On obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth into the region of the Pitris. It is for this that Sutirtha, situated in Amvumati, is regarded excellent. And having bathed in the Tirtha of Kasisvara, one becometh freed from all disease, and is adored in the abode of Brahma. There in that Tirtha is another called Matri. On that baths in Matri Tirtha have a large progeny and obtaineth great prosperity. On should next proceed with subdued sense and regulated diet to the Tirtha called Sihitavana. It hath been seen that on merit of that Tirtha, which hardly belongs to an other, is that on all going thither obtaineth holiness. By casting off his hair in that Tirtha, on occurreth great sanctity. There in that Tirtha is another called Sivavilomapaha, where learned Brahmanas that go to the Tirthas obtain great satisfaction by dip into its water. Good Brahmanas, by casting off their hairs in that Tirtha, acquire holiness by pranayama, and finally attain to a high state. There in that Tirtha is another called Dasasvamedihika, bathing there, one attains to a high state. One should next proceed to the celebrated Tirtha called Manusha, where a number of black antelopes, afflicted by the hunter arrows, plunging into its waters, were transformed into human beings. Bathing in that Tirtha, leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, in which concentrated soul, a man becomes freed from all his sins and is adored in heaven. Distant by Krosa, to the east of Manusha, there is a river celebrated by the name of Apaga, that is restored to by the Siddhas. The men that offereth there the Siyamaka, grain in honor of the gods and the Pitris, acquireth great religion's merit. And if one Brahmana is fed there, it becomes equivalent to feeding 10 millions of Brahmanas. Having bathed in the Tirtha and worshipped the gods and the Pitris, and he seated there for one night, and obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. On so then he fared to that excellent region of Brahma, which is no on earth but the name of Brahmodiumvara, bathing in the tank of the seven rishis, that is there, with pure mind and subdued soul, as also in the Tirtha called Kedara of the high solid Kapila, in beholding Brahma who is there, on so being purified from all sins, on goeth to the abode of Brahma. Proceeding next to the inaccessible Tirtha called Kedara of Kapila, in burning on sins there by set penances, on accrueth the power of disappearance at will. On should next proceed to the celebrated Tirtha called Saraka, in beholding Mahadeva there on the 14th day of the dark fortnight, on obtaineth all his wishes, and goeth into heaven. In Saraka and Hudrakoti, as also in the well and the lakes that are there, 13 millions of Tirthas are present. There in that Tirtha is another called Ilaspada, bathing there and worshipping the gods and the Pitris, on never sinketh into hell, obtaineth the fruit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, preparing next to King Dana and King Japia, on accrueth the merit of giving away in measureless abundance and the infinite hesitation of prayers, preparing next to the Tirtha called Kalasi, in bathing there devotedly and with the sense under control, and obtaineth the fruit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. To the east of Saraka, there is an auspicious Tirtha, known by the name of Anajanma, of the high solid Narada. He that baths there obtaineth after death, at the command of Narada, various unrivaled regions. On should next proceed on the 10th day of the lighted fortnight to the Tirtha called Pundarika, bathing there, on obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice. On should next proceed to the Tirtha called Tripistapa, that is known over the three wars. There in that Tirtha is the sacred and sin-destroying river called Vaitarani. Bathing there and adoring the god known by the mark of the bull, and holding the trident in his hand, on so being purified from every sin, on attaineth to the highest state. On should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Pihalakivana. There in that Tirtha the gods, having been present, performed their ascetic austerities, extending for many thousand years. On so then proceed to the Hishadivati, bathing there and worshipping the gods, on obtaineth merit that is superior to that of both the Agnistoma and the Atihatra sacrifices. Bathing in the Tirtha called Sarvadeva, obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Bathing next in the Tirtha called Panikihata, and worshipping all the gods, obtaineth merit that is superior to that of both the Agnistoma and the Atihatra sacrifices. Besides, accruing that of the Rajasuya sacrifice, and finally going into the region of the Rishis, on should next proceed to that excellent Tirtha called Mishaka. There it hath been heard by us that the high souled Vyasa, for the sake of the Brahmanas, hath mixed all the Tirthas. He, therefore, that baths in Mishaka, really baths in all the Tirtha. One should next proceed with subdued sense and regulated diet to the Tirtha called Vyasavana, bathing in the Tirtha called Manojava, that is there, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the Devi Tirtha, that is in Madhovat, on that baths there and worships the gods and the Pitris, obtains at the command of the gods the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. proceeding with regulated diet. He that bathes in the confluence of the Kautsiki and the Dirishadivati becomes free from all his sins. On should next proceed to Vyasastihali, where Vyasa, of great intelligence, burning with grief for his son, had resolved to cast off his body, was shared again by the gods. Proceeding to that spot of Vyasa, on obtaineth the merit of 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the well-called Kindata, he that throweth into it a mastery of the same is freed from all his debts and obtaineth his success. Bathing in the Tirtha called Vedi, on obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. There are two other celebrated Tirthas called Ahas and Sudina. Bathing there, one goeth to the region of the sun. One should next proceed to the Tirtha called Mirigadihunga, that is celebrated throughout the three worlds. One should bath there, in Ganga. Bathing there and worshipping Mahadeva, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Bathing next in the Devi Tirtha, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should then proceed to Vamanaka, celebrated over the three worlds. Bathing there in Vishnupada and worshipping Vamana, on so being purified from every sin. One goeth to the abode of Vishnu. Bathing next in Kulanpuna, on sanctifieth his own haste. Proceeding then to the Pavanarada, that excellent Tirtha of the Marutas, in bathing there, one becometh adored in the region of the winged god. Bathing in the Amararada, and worshipping with devotion the chief of the celestials, one becometh adored in heaven, and causeth seated on an excellent car in the company of the immortals. Bathing next with the rich in the Tirtha called Salisuria of Salihotra, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. There is a Tirtha called Sirikunja in the Sarasvati. Bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. One should next repair to Naimisha Kunja. The rich engaged in ascetic austerities in the woods of Naimisha had, in days of old, taking the vow of pilgrimage, gone to Kurukshetra. There on the banks of the Sarasvati, a grove was made which might serve for a resting spot for themselves, and which was highly gratifying to them. Bathing in the Sarasvati there, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. One should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Kanya. Bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. One should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha of Brahma. Bathing there, a person of the inferior orders obtaineth the status of a Brahmana, and if one be a Brahmana, he so being purified from every sin, he attaineth to the highest estate. One should then proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Soma. Bathing there, one obtaineth the region of Soma. One should next proceed to the Tirtha called Sapita Sarasvata, where the celebrated rishi Mankanaka had obtained ascetic success. It hath been heard by us that, in days of old, Mankanaka, having cut his hand with the pointed blade of the kusa grass, there flowed from his wound vegetable juice, and beholding vegetable juice flow from his wound, the rishi began to dance, with wonder expanded eyes, and as the rishi danced, all the mobile and immobile creatures, overwhelmed with his prowess, began to dance with him. Then the gods with Brahma at their head and the rishis ended with the wealth of ascetics, moved by the act of Mankanaka, represented the matter to Mahadeva, saying, It behoveth thee to act in such a way that this rish may not dance. Thus addressed, Mahadeva, with heart filled with joy, approached the dancing rish, and moved by the desire of doing good to the gods, said, Why dost thou dance? What can be the reason of this thy present joy? The rish answered, I am an ascetic that tread the path of virtue. Dost thou not behold that vegetable juice floweth from the wound in my hand? Filled with great joy at the sight of this, I am dancing. Addressing the rish blinded by emotion, the god laughingly said, I do not wonder at this. Behold me. Having said this, Mahadeva pressed his thumb by the tip of his own finger, and lo, from the wound thus inflicted there came out ashes white as snow. And beholding this, that Muni became ashamed, and fell at the feet of the god, and believing that there was nothing better and greater than the god Rudra, he began to adore him in these words. Holder of the trident, thou art the refuge of the celestials and the Asuras, of, in thee, the universe. By thee have been created the three worlds with their mobile and immobile beings. It is thou again that swallowest everything at the end of the Yuga. Thou art incapable of being known by the gods themselves, far less by me. The gods, with Brahma at their heads, are all displayed in thee. Thou art the Creator himself, and the ordainer of the world. It is by thy grace that all the gods sport without anxiety or fear. And, adoring Mahadeva, thus the rish said, God of gods, grant me thy grace, that my asceticism may not diminish. Then that god of cheerful soul answered the regenerate rish, saying, Let thy asceticism increase 1,000-fold through my grace, and I shall dwell with thee in this thy asylum, bathing in Sapata Sarasvata. They that will worship me shall be able to attain everything here and hereafter, and without doubt they shall all attain to the Sarasvata region in the end. Having said this, Mahadeva disappeared then and there. After visiting Sarasvata, one should proceed to Ausanasa, celebrated over the three worlds. There, the gods with Brahma at their head, and rishis endowed with wealth of asceticism, and the illustrious Kartikeya were ever present during 2 twilights and the midday, impelled by the desire of doing good to Bhargava. There, in that Tirtha, is another called Kapalomokhana, which cleanseth from every sin. Bathing there, one is cleansed from every sin. One shall then proceed to the Tirtha called Agni. Bathing there, one obtaineth the regions of Agni, and raiseth his own haste. There, in that Tirtha, is another, that belongeth to Visvamitra. Bathing there, one obtaineth the status of a Brahmana. Proceeding next to Brahmayoni, in purity of body and with subdued soul, one obtaineth, by bathing there, the abode of Brahma, and sanctifieth, without doubt, his own haste to the 7th generation up and down. One should next proceed to the Tirtha, celebrated over the three worlds, which is called Pritihudaka, belonging to Kartikeya. One should bath there and occupy oneself in the worship of the Pitris and the gods. Whatever evil hath been committed knowingly or unknowingly by man or woman, impelled by human motives, is all destroyed by bath in that Tirtha. Bathing there, one obtaineth too the merit of the host sacrifice in heaven. The learned have said that Kurukshetra is holy, that holier than Kurukshetra is the Sarasvati, that holier than the Sarasvati are all the Tirthas, together, and that holier than all the tirthas together is Priti Hudaka, he that engageth in the hesitation of prayers casteth of his body at Priti Hudaka, which is the best of all tirthas, becometh an immortal. It hath been sung by Sanati Kumara and by the high-souled Vyasa, and it is in the Vedas that one should go to Priti Hudaka with subdued soul. There is no tirtha which is superior to Priti Hudaka. Without doubt, that tirtha is purifying, whole, and sin-destroying. It hath been said by learned persons that men, however sinful, by bathing in Priti Hudaka, go to heaven. There in that tirtha is another called Madhihusrava. Bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. One shall then proceed to that celebrated and sacred tirtha where the Sarasvati uniteth with the Aruna. On that batheth there, having fasted for 3 nights, is cleansed of even the sin of slaying a Brahmana, and obtaineth merit that is superior to that of either the Agnistoma or Atihatra sacrifice, and he skeweth his haste to the 7th generation up and down. There in that tirtha is another, that is called Ardihakila, from compassion for the Brahmanas. That tirtha was made by Darbihi in days of old, without doubt, by vows, by investiture of the sacred, by fasts, by heats, and by mantras, on becometh a Brahmana. It hath been seen, however, by learned persons of old, that even on destitute of rites and mantras, by only bathing in that tirtha, becometh learned and ended with the merit of vows. Darbihi had brought hither the 4 oceans. On that batheth here, never meeteth with distress hereafter, and obtaineth the merit of giving away 4,000 kine. On should next repair to the tirtha called Sata Sahasraka. Near to this is another called Sahasraka. Both are celebrated, and on that batheth in them obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Fasts and gifts there multiply 1,000-fold. One should next proceed to the excellent tirtha called Hernuka. One should bath there and worship the Pitris and the gods. But this, cleansed from everything, he obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. Bathing next in the tirtha called Vimokhana, with passions and senses under control, one is cleansed from all these things, generated by the acceptance of gifts. With senses under control and practicing the Brahmacharya mode of life, one should next repair to the use of Pankhavati. By sojourn thither, one earneth much virtue and becometh adored in the regions of the virtues. One should next go to the tirtha of Varuna, called Taijasa, blazing in effusions of each own. There in that tirtha is the Lord of Yoga, Sitihanu himself, having for his vehicle the bull. He that sojourneth there obtaineth success by worshipping the God of gods. It was there that the gods with Brahma at their head and rishis endowed with wealth of asceticism installed Guha as the generalissimo of the celestials. To the east of that tirtha is another, that is called Kuru Tirtha, with senses under control and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. He that baths in Kuru Tirtha becometh cleansed of all his sins and obtaineth the region of Brahma. With subdued senses and regulated diet, one should next proceed to Sivargadivara. Sojourning thither, one obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice and goeth to the abode of Brahma. The pilgrim should then proceed to the tirtha called Anahaka. Bathing there, one never meeteth with distress hereafter. There Brahma himself, with the other gods having Narayana at their head, is ever present, and the wife of Rudra is present there, beholding the gods on never meeteth with distress hereafter. There in that Tirtha is Visvesvara, the Lord of Uma, beholding the God of gods there, on is cleansed of all his sins, beholding Narayana, from whose navel had sprung the lotus, on blazeth forth, and goeth to the abode of Vishnu. He that batheth in the Tirtha of all the gods is exempted from every sorrow, and blazeth forth like the moon. The pilgrim should next proceed to Sivastipura, by walking round that place, one obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at the Tirtha called Pavana, one should offer oblations to the Pitris and the gods. By these he obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. Near to that is Gangarada, and another called Kupa. 30 millions of Tirthas are present in that Kupa. Bathing there, a person obtaineth heaven. Bathing in the Gangarada and adoring Mahesvara, one obtaineth the status of Ganapatiya and his goeth his own haste. One should next proceed to Sitihanuvata, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing there, one obtaineth heaven. One should then proceed to Vadaripakhana, the asylum of Vasistha. Having fasted there for 3 nights, one should eat jujubes. He that liveth on jujubes for 12 years, and he that fasteth at the Tirtha for 3 nights, acquireth merit that is eternal. Arriving then at Indramarga, and fasting there for a day and night, the pilgrim becometh adored in the abode of Indra. Arriving next at the Tirtha called Ekahatra, a person that stayeth there for one night with regulated vows, and refraining from untruth, becometh adored in the abode of Brahma. One should next go to the asylum of Aditya, that illustrious god who is a mass of effulgence, bathing in that Tirtha, celebrated over 3 worlds, and worshipping the god of light. One goeth to the region of Aditya, and his goeth his own haste. The pilgrim then, bathing in the Tirtha of Soma, obtaineth without doubt the region of Soma. One should next proceed to the most sacred Tirtha of the illustrious Dadihikha, that sanctifying Tirtha, which is celebrated over the whole world. It was here that Angras, that ocean of ascetic austerities belonging to the Sarasvata race, was born. Bathing in that Tirtha, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and without doubt gaineth residence in the region of Sarasvati, with subdued senses and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. One should next proceed to Kanyasrama, residing there for 3 nights, with subdued senses and regulated diet. One obtaineth 100 celestial damsels, and goeth to the abode of Brahma. One should next proceed to the Tirtha called Sanihati, sojourning thither the gods with Brahma at their head, and riches endowed with wealth of asceticism ere much virtue. Bathing in the Sarasvati during a solar eclipse, one obtaineth the merit of 100 horse sacrifices, and in sacrifice that one may perform there produceth merit that is eternal. Whatever Tirtha exists on earth or in the firmament, all the rivers, lakes, springs, tanks, large and small, and spots sacred to particular gods, without doubt, all come month after month and mingle with Sanihati. And it is because that all the other Tirthas are united together here that this Tirtha is called bathing there and drinking of its water, and becometh adored in heaven. Listen now to the merit accrued by that mortal who performeth a sradha on the day of the new moon during a solar eclipse. The person that performeth a sradha there, after having bathed in that tirtha, obtaineth the merit that on earneth by properly celebrating 1,000 horse sacrifices. Whatever sins a man or woman committeth are without doubt destroyed as soon as on bath in that tirtha, bathing there on ascendeth to the abode of Brahma on the lotus-colored car. Bathing next in Koti Tirtha, after having worshipped the Yaksha, doorkeeper, Makhakruka, on obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Near to this is a Tirtha called Gangarada, on showed bath there, with to be doing so and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. By this, on obtaineth the merit that is greater than that of a Rajasuya in horse sacrifices. The Tirtha called Naimisha is productive of good on earth. Puskara is productive of good in the regions of the firmament. Kurukshetra, however, is productive of good in respect of all the three worlds. Even the dust of Kurukshetra, carried by the wind, leadeth sinful men to a highly blessed estate. They that reside in Kurukshetra, which lieth to the north of the Dirishadivati, and the south of the Sarasvati, really reside in heaven. I will go to Kurukshetra, I will dwell in Kurukshetra. He that uttereth those words even once becometh cleansed of all sins. The sacred Kurukshetra, which is worshipped by Brahmars is regarded as the sacrificial altar of the celestials. Those mortals that dwell there, having nothing to grieve for at any time, that which lieth between Tarantuka and Arantuka, and the lakes of Hama and Makhakruka, is Kurukshetra. It is called Samanta Pankhaka, and is said to be the northern sacrificial altar of the Grandsire. Then one should proceed to the excellent Tirtha of the Dharma, where the illustrious God of justice had practiced highly meritorious austerities, and it is for this that he made the spot a sacred Tirtha, and rendered it celebrated by his own name. Bathing there, a virtuous man with concentrated soul certainly sanctifieth his family to the 7th generation. One should then repair to the excellent Jinanapavana, sojourning thither, on obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, and goeth to the region of the moonings. Then a man should repair to the Saugandhika Vana. There dwell the celestials with Brahma at their head, rishis endowed with wealth of asceticism, the Siddhas, the Kharanas, the Gandharvas, the Kinnaras, and the serpents. As soon as one entereth these woods, he is cleansed of all his sins. Then should one repair to the sacred goddess Sarasvati, known there as the gods Plakisha, that best of streams and foremost of rivers. There should one bath in the water ensuing from an ant-hill, worshipping the Pitris and the gods, and obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There existeth a hard Tirtha called Isanadihius Hita, lying from the ant-hill at the distance of 6 throws of a heavy stick. As seen in the Puranas, bathing there, a man obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kapila kine in of the horse sacrifice, journeying next to Sugandhiha and Satakumbhiha and Pankha Yakisha. A man becometh adored in heaven, repairing to another Tirtha, there called Trisulakihata, on should bath and set himself to worship the Pitris and the gods, doing without doubt, and obtaineth after death the status of Ganapatiya. On should next proceed to the excellent spot of the gods celebrated over the 3 worlds by the name of Sakamvari. There, for the space of 1,000 celestial years, she of excellent vows, month after month, had subsisted upon herbs, and attracted by their reverence for the gods, many riches with wealth of asceticism came thither, and were entertained by her with herbs, and it is for this that they bestowed on her the name of Sakamvari. The man who arriveth at Sakamvari with rapt attention, and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, and passeth 3 nights there in purity, and subsisting on herbs alone, obtaineth at the will of the goddess the merit of him that liveth upon herbs for 12 years. Then should on proceed to the Tirtha called Suvarna, famed through the 3 worlds. There, in days of old, Vishnu had paid his adorations to Rudra for his grace, and obtained many boons difficult of acquisition even by the gods, and the gratified destroyer of Tripura said, Thou shalt, without doubt, be much beloved in the world, and the foremost of everything in the universe, preparing thither, and worshipping the deity having the bull for his mark, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, as also the status of Ganapatiya. On should next proceed to the Tirtha of the Humavati, fasting there for 3 nights, on obtaineth without doubt all the wishes cherished by him. To the southern half of this spot of the gods there is a Tirtha called Hatihavarta. On should go up to that place with devout heart and having his senses under control. By this, through the grace of Mahadeva, on attaineth to an exalted state. After walking round the place, on should proceed to the Tirtha named Dihara, which washeth of all things. Bathing there, a man is freed from every sorrow. On should then repair, after bowing to the great mountain, to the source of the Ganges, which is without doubt like the gate of heaven. There should on, with concentrated soul, bath in the Tirtha called Koti. By this on obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice, and delivereth his haste, residing on night there, on acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, by offering oblations of water duly to the gods and the Pitris at Sapitaganga, Triganga, and Sakravarta, becometh adored in the regions of the virtues, bathing next at Kanakihala, and fasting there for 3 nights, a person heapeth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to heaven. Then the pilgrim should repair to Kapilavata, fasting for 1 night there, he obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. There is a Tirtha of the illustrious Kapila, king of the Nagas, that is celebrated over all the worlds. Bathing there at the Naga Tirtha, on obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 Kapila kine. On should next repair to the excellent Tirtha of Santanu, called Lalitika. Bathing there, on never sinketh into distress. The man that baths at the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna obtains the merit of 10 horse sacrifice, and rescues his haste. On should next go to Sugandhiha, celebrated over the world. By this, cleansed of every sin, he becometh adored in the abode of Brahma. Then the pilgrim should repair to Rudravarta, bathing there, on ascendeth to heaven. Bathing at the confluence of the Ganga and the Sarasvati, a person obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and ascendeth to heaven. Proceeding next to Bihadra Karnesvara and worshipping the gods duly, on, without sinking into distress, becometh adored in heaven. Then the pilgrim should proceed to the Tirtha called Kuvijamraka. By this he obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine in heaven. Then the pilgrim should go to the Arundhati Vata, proceeding thither with concentrated soul and practicing the Brahmacharya vows, on that batheth in Samudraka and fasteth for 3 nights, obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and of giving away 1,000 kine, and rescueth his haste. On should next proceed to Brahmavarta, with concentrated soul and practicing the Brahmacharya vows. By this, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to the region of Soma. The man that proceedeth to the Yamuna Prabhava, and batheth there, obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and is worshipped in heaven. Arriving at Darvi Sankramana, that Tirtha, which is worshipped of the 3 words, a person obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and goeth to heaven. Repairing next to Sindhu Prabhava, which is worshipped by Siddhas and Gandharvas, and staying there for 5 nights, one obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Proceeding next to the inaccessible Tirtha called Vedi, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and ascendeth to heaven. Then should one proceed to his Hikulia in Vasistiha. By visiting the latter, our orders attend to Brahmanhood, repairing to his Hikulia and bathing there, and living a month upon herbs, and worshipping the gods and Pitris, on is cleansed of all his sins, and obtaineth the region of the rishis. Proceeding next to Birigutunga, a person acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice, repairing then to Virapramoksha, one is freed from every sin. Proceeding then to the Tirtha of Kritika and Magha, one obtaineth the merit superior to that of the Agnistoma and Atihatiha sacrifices. The man who, repairing to the excellent Tirtha called Vidya, batheth there in the evening, obtaineth proficiency in every kind of knowledge. One should next reside for 1 night at Mahasrama, capable of destroying everything, taking a single meal. By this, one obtains many auspicious regions, and delivers 10 preceding and 10 succeeding generations of his haste, dwelling next for a month of Mahalaya, and fasting there for 3 nights. On so is cleansed of all sins, and on acquires the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Proceeding next to Vetasika, worshipped by the grandsire, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and the state of Usanas. Going next to the Tirtha called Sundarika, worshipped by the Siddhas, on obtaineth personal beauty as witnessed by the ancients. Proceeding next to Brahmani with subdued senses, and observing the Brahmacharya vow, a person ascendeth to the region of Brahma, on a lotus-hued car. One should repair next to the sacred Naimisha, worshipped by the Siddhas. There dwelleth for Aye Brahmana with the gods. But on purposing to go to Naimisha, half on things are destroyed. By entering it, one is cleansed of all his sins. The pilgrim of subdued senses should stay at Naimisha for a month, for all the Tirthas of the earth are at Naimisha. Bathing there with restrained senses and regulated fare, one obtains the merit of the co-sacrifice and sanctifies his haste for 7 generations, both upwards and downwards. He who renounceth his life at Naimisha by fasting enjoyeth happiness in the heavenly regions. Even this is the opinion of the wise. Naimizha is ever sacred and holy. Proceeding next to Gango di Biheda, and fasting there for 3 nights, a man obtaineth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and becometh like unto Brahma himself, journeying to the Sarasvati, on showed offer oblations unto the gods and the Pitris, but this on certainly enjoyeth bliss in the regions called Sarasvata. Then showed on went to Vahoda with subdued soul, and observing the Brahmacharya vow. His eating therefore on night, on becometh adored in heaven, and obtaineth the merit of the Devasatra sacrifice. Then showed on he pair to the whole Kishira Vati, frequented by holier men, by worshipping the gods and the Pitris there, on obtains the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, proceeding next to Vimalasoka, with subdued soul, and observing the Brahmacharya vow, and his eating therefore on night, on is adored in heaven. On should next proceed to the excellent Gopratara in the Sarayu, whence Rama, with all his attendants and animals, announcing his body, ascended to heaven in consequence of the efficacy of the Tirtha alone. Bathing in that Tirtha, on so through Dharma grace and by victory of his own deeds, being cleansed of all sins, on becometh adored in heaven. Proceeding next to the Hama Tirtha on the Gomati, and bathing there, on obtaineth the merit of the host sacrifice, and sanctifieth his own haste. There is another Tirtha called Sata Sahasrika. Bathing there, with restrained senses and regulated diet, a person heapeth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Then showed on go to the unrivaled Tirtha called Bihar Tristihana. By this, a person obtaineth the merit of the host sacrifice, bathing next in the Tirtha called Koti, and worshipping Kartikeya, a man heapeth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, and acquireth great energy. Proceeding next to Varanasi, and worshipping the god having the bull for his mark, after a bath in the Kapila Radha, on obtaineth the merit of the Rajasuya sacrifice, repairing then to the Tirtha called Avimukita, and beholding there the god of gods, the pilgrim from such sight alone is immediately cleansed of even the sin of slaying a Brahmana. By renouncing on life there, on obtaineth deliverance, arriving next at the Har Tirtha called Markandeya, celebrated over the world and situated at the confluence of the Ganges, a person obtaineth the merit of Agnistoma sacrifice, and delivereth his haste. Sojourning next to Gaya, with subdued senses, and observing the Brahmacharya vow, on obtaineth the merit of the host sacrifice, and rescueth his haste. There in that Tirtha is the Akishaya Vata, celebrated over the 3 worlds. Whatever is offered there to the Pitris is said to become inexhaustibly. Bathing there at the Mahanadi, and offering oblations to the gods and the Pitris, a man acquireth eternal regions, and rescueth his haste. Proceeding then to Brahmasara, that is adorned by the woods of the Dharma, and passing on night there, a man attaineth to the region of Brahma. In that lake Brahma had raised a sacrificial pillar. By walking round this pillar, a person acquireth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice. On showed next go to Denuka, celebrated over the world, staying there for all night and giving away sesame and kine, on so being cleansed from every sin, on ascendeth without doubt to the region of Soma. There, on the mountains, the cow-called Kapila used to range with her calf. There is little doubt of this. The hoof marks of that cow and her calf are seen there to this day. By bathing in those hoof prints, whatever sin a man may have incurred is washed away. Then should on go to Havata, the spot consecrated to the trident-bearing god. Approaching the date, having the bull for his mark, on should rub himself with ashes. If a Brahmana, he obtains the merit of observing the 12 years vow, and if belonging to any of the other orders, he is freed from all his sins. On should next proceed to the Udianta mountains, resounding with melodious notes. There is still seen the footprint of Savitri, the Brahmana of his vows, who saith his morning, noon, and evening prayers, there obtaineth the merit of performing that service for 12 years. There is the famous Yonidivara, repairing thither a person becometh exempted from the pain of rebirth. The person that stayeth at Gaia during both the dark and lighted 40 nights certainly sanctifieth his own race, up and down to the 7th generation. On should wish for men sons, that even on may go to Gaia, or celebrate the horse sacrifice, or offer a Nila bull. Then the pilgrim should proceed to Pihalgo. By this he obtains the merit of horse sacrifice, and acquires great success. On should he pair then with subdued soul to the Dharma Prista. There dwelleth the Dharma for a year, drinking of the water of a well which is there, and purifying oneself by bath. He that offereth oblations to the gods and the Pitris is cleansed of all his sins, and ascendeth to heaven. There in that Tirtha is the hermitage of the great rich Matanga, also under complete control. By entering that beautiful asylum, capable of soothing fatigue and sorrow, on earneth the merit of the Gavayana sacrifice, and by touching the Dharma which is there, on obtaineth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. On should next go to the excellent Tirtha called Brahmastihana, approaching Brahma, that bull among male beings who is there, on acquireth the merit of the Rajasuya and horse sacrifice. The pilgrim should then repair to Rajasuya. Bathing there, on liveth as happily as Kakishivan. After purifying himself, on should partake there of the offerings daily made unto the Yakishini. By this, on is freed from the sin of even slaying a Brahmana through the Yakishini grace. Proceeding next to Maninaga, one obtains the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. He that eateth anything relating to the Tirtha of Maninaga, if bitten by a venomous snake, doth not succumb to its poison. Residing there for one night, one is cleansed of one sins. Then should one proceed to the favorite wood of the Brahmas Gautama. There, bathing in the lake of Ahalya, one attaineth to an exalted state. Beholding next the image of Sri, one acquireth great prosperity. There, in that Tirtha, is a well celebrated over the 3 worlds. Bathing in it, one obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There existeth a well sacred to the royal rich Janaka, which is worshipped by the gods. Bathing in the well, one ascendeth to the region of Vishnu. Then should one repair to Vinasana, that destroyeth every sin. By sojourn thither, one obtaineth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and goeth to the region of Soma, proceeding next to Gandaki, which is produced by the waters of every Tirtha. A person acquireth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and ascendeth to the solar region, proceeding next to the Visala, that he was celebrated over the 3 worlds, on obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, and ascendeth to heaven. repairing then to the wood seat of ascetics that is called Adhivanga, on obtains without doubt great happiness amongst the Guhyakas. Proceeding next to the Hiva Campana, visited by the Siddhas, on obtaineth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice and ascendeth to heaven, arriving then at the stream called Mahesvari, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice and escapeth his own haste, repairing next to the tank of the Celestials, on earneth immunity from misfortune and the merit of the horse sacrifice, on should next go to Somapada with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, bathing in Mahesvara Pada, that is there on here path the merit of the horse sacrifice, there in that Tirtha. It is well known that 10 millions of Tirthas exist together. A wicked Asura in the shape of a tortoise had been carrying it away when the powerful Vishnu recovered it from him. There in that Tirtha should on perform his ablutions, for by this he acquireth the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice and ascendeth to the region of Vishnu. Then should on proceed to the place of Narayana, where Narayana is ever present and dwelleth for a year. There the gods with Brahma at their head, rishis endowed with wealth of asceticism, the Adityas, the Vasus, and the Hudras, adore Janardana in that Tirtha, and Vishnu of wonderful deeds have become known as Salagrama, approaching the eternal Vishnu, that Lord of the three worlds, that giver of bones, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to the region of Vishnu. There, in that place, is a well capable of destroying everything. The four seas are ever present in that well. He that batheth in it will have immunity from misfortune, beholding the boon-giving, eternal, and fierce Mahadeva, who is there, on shineth like the moon emerged from the cloud, bathing then in Jatismara, with pure mind and subdued senses, on acquireth without doubt the recollections of his former life, proceeding then to Mahesvara Pura, and worshipping the god, having the bull for his mark, fasting the while, on obtaineth without doubt the fruition of all his desires. Repairing then to Vamana, that destroys everything, and beholding the god Hari, on acquireth exemption from every misfortune, on should next go to the asylum of Kusika, that is capable of removing everything, repairing then to the river Kausika, that cleanseth from even great things, on should bath in it. By this on obtaineth the merit of Rajasuya sacrifice, on should next proceed to the excellent woods of Hampaka, by spending there one night, on acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at Giestihila, the Tirtha of Harworthy, and passing one night there, on heapeth the fruit of the gift of 1,000 kine, beholding there Visvesvara of great splendor with his consort, the goddess, a person obtaineth the region of Mitravaruna, by fasting there for 3 nights, and men acquireth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, by visiting Kanya Samvediya, with senses restrained and regulated fair, on acquireth the region of Manu, the Lord of creation. Rishis of rigid vows have said that he that giveth away rice or maketh any gift at the Tirtha called Kanya rendereth such gift eternal. Arriving next at Niskhira, celebrated over the 3 worlds, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and goeth to the region of Vishnu. Those that give away at the confluence of the Niskhira ascend to the blessed region of Brahma. There, in that Tirtha, is the asylum of Vasistha, that is known over the 3 worlds. Bathing there, one obtaineth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice. Proceeding next to Devakuta, that is exalted to by celestial riches, one acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and delivereth his haste. Then showed on, go to the lake of the Muni, Kausika, where Kusika's son, Visvamitra, obtained high success. Bathing there, a person acquireth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice. There, at Kausika, showed on his head for a month. By a month residence there, on heapeth the merit of the horse sacrifice. He that resideth at the best of Tirthas, called Mahabharata, enjoys immunity from misfortune, and obtains the merit of giving away gold in abundance. Beholding next Kartikeya, who dwelleth at Virasrama, a man settling heapeth the fruit of the horse sacrifice. Proceeding then to Agnidihara, celebrated over the 3 worlds, and beholding there, after a bath, the eternal and born-giving Vishnu, that God of gods, on obtaineth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. Proceeding next to the Gransa tank, near the snow-capped of mountains, and bathing in it, a man obtains the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. Falling from the Gransa tank is that worthy sanctifying, celebrated over the 3 worlds, called Kumaradihara. Bathing there, on regardeth himself as having all his purpose fulfilled. Fasting in that Tirtha for 3 days, on is even cleansed from the sin of slaying a Brahmana. The pilgrim showed next proceed to the peak of the great goddess Gauri, famed over the 3 worlds. Ascending it, on should approach Sitana Kunda, but touching the waters of Sitana Kunda, a person obtaineth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice. Bathing in the Tirtha and worshipping the gods and Pitris, on acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and ascendeth to the region of Indra, arriving next at the well of Tamhahuna, that is frequented by the gods, on acquireth the merit that attached to human sacrifice. Bathing next at the confluence of the Kiritika with the Kausiki and the Aruna, and fasting there for 3 nights, a man of learning is cleansed of all his sins. Proceeding next to the Tirtha called Urvasi, and then to Somasrama, a wise man by bathing next at Kumbhikarnasrama, becometh adored in the world. The ancients knew that, by touching the waters of Kokamukiha, with steed vows and leading Brahmacharya mode of life, the memory of own former life is revived. Arriving next with speed to the river called Nanda, a regenerate on becometh freed from all his sins, and ascendeth with soul under control to Indra region. Proceeding next to the island called Hishabiha, that is destructive of cranes, and bathing in the Sarasvati, an individual blazeth forth in heaven. Proceeding next to the Tirtha called Audalaka, frequented by Munis, and bathing there on is cleansed of all his sins. Repairing next to the sacred Tirtha called the Dharma, that is visited by Brahmars his, on acquireth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and becometh respected in heaven. Proceeding next to Hampa, and bathing in the Vihagihatihi, he that sojourneth to Dandaparna, acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Then showed on proceed to the sacred Lalitika, that is graced by the presence of the virtues. By this on acquireth the merit of the Hajasuya sacrifice, and is regarded in heaven. Arriving next at the excellent Tirtha called Samvediya in the evening, and touching its water, on thoroughly obtaineth knowledge, created a Tirtha in days of yore by Rama energy. He that proceedeth to Lauhitia obtaineth the merit of giving away gold in abundance, proceeding next to the river Karatoya and fasting there for 3 nights. Amen acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Even this is the injunction of the Creator himself. It hath been said by the wise that if a person goeth to the spot where the Ganga mingleth with the sea, he heapeth merit which is 10 times that of the horse sacrifice, crossing over the opposite bank of the Ganga. He that batheth there, having resided for 3 nights, is cleansed from all his sins. On should next proceed to the Vaitarani, capable of destroying every sin, arriving next at the Tirtha named Viraja. On shineth like the moon, in sanctifying his haste, his coeth it, and is himself cleansed of all his sins. He that baths in Viraja, further, heapeth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, besides sanctifying his line, residing with purity at the confluence of the Sona and the Jyotihatihi, in offering oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris. Amen heapeth the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice, touching next the waters of the Vansagomna, constituting the source of both the Sona and the Narmada, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Sojourning next to the Tirtha called his Habiha in Kosala, and fasting there for 3 nights, on earneth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and of the gift of 1,000 kine, and delivereth his haste. Arriving at Kosala, Amen showed bath in the Tirtha named Kala, but this on thoroughly obtaineth the merit of giving away on and 10 bulls, by bathing in Puspavati, and fasting there for 3 nights, on sanctifieth his own haste, besides earning the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Then by bathing in the Tirtha called Vadahika, on obtaineth long life, and goeth to heaven. Arriving next at Khampa, and bathing in the Vihagihatihi, and seeing Danda, on earneth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Then showed on go to the sacred Lapetika, graced by the presence of the Pios. By so doing on heapeth the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and becometh regarded by the gods. Proceeding next to the mountain called Mahendra, inhabited by Jamadagniya, and bathing in Hama, Tirtha, a person acquireth the merit of the horse sacrifice. Here is Matanga Tirtha called Kedara, bathing in it, a man obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, going to the mountain Sri, on who toucheth the waters of the stream that is there, by worshipping there the god having the bull for his mark, obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. On the mountain Sri dwelleth happily the effulgent Mahadeva with the goddess, as also Brahma with the other gods, by bathing in the lake of Deva with purity and his trained mind, on obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice, and attaineth to the highest success. Proceeding next to the mountain his Haviha in Pandya, worshipped by the gods, on obtains the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice, and rejoices in heaven. On should next proceed to the river Kaveri, frequented by Apsaras, bathing there, on obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, touching next the waters of the Tirtha called Kaniya on the shores of the sea, on is cleansed from every sin. Proceeding next to Gokarna, celebrated over the 3 worlds, in which is situated in the midst of the deep, and is reverenced by all the worlds, and where the gods, headed by Brahma, and rishis endowed with wealth of asceticism, and spirits, and yakishas, and pisakihas, and kinnaras, and the great nagas, and siddhas, and haranas, and gandharvas, and men, and panagas, and hivas, seas, and mountains, worship by the Lord of Uma, on showed worship Isana, fasting there for 3 nights. By this, on account the merit of the horse sacrifice and the status of Ganapatiya. By staying there for 12 nights, on so is cleansed of all sins. On should next proceed to the Tirtha known as Gayatri, celebrated over the 3 worlds, staying there for 3 nights, on account the merits of giving away 1,000 kine. A strange phenomenon is seen to occur there in respect to Brahmanas. If a Brahmana, whether born of a Brahmani or any other woman, reciteth the Gayatri, there the recitation becomes rhythmic and musical, while a person who is not a Brahmana cannot adequately hymn it at all. Proceeding next to the inaccessible tongue of the Brahmana Rishi, Samvarta, on account of personal beauty and prosperity. Preparing next to Vena, he that offers oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris, obtains a car drawn by peacocks and cranes. Going next to the Godavari, ever frequented by the Siddhas, on earneth the merit of the coast sacrifice, and goeth to the excellent region of Vasuki. Bathing next at the confluence of the Vena, one obtains the merit of the Variaveis sacrifice. But deep next at the confluence of Varada, one acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Arriving next at Brahmas Tihuna, on that stayeth there for 3 nights, acquireth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine, and ascendeth to heaven. Coming next to Kusaplavana, with subdued soul and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, and staying there for 3 nights, he that bathes in it obtains the merit of the horse sacrifice. Bathing next at the romantic Devarada, that is supplied by the waters of the Krishna Vena, and in the Jatismara Radha, on account of the memory of own former life. It was there that the chief of the Celestials celebrated 100 sacrifices and ascended to heaven. By visit on to that spot, on account of the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice. Bathing next in the Sarvadeva Radha, a person obtaineth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the high sacred tank, called Payosni, that best of waters, he that offer oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris acquires the merit of the gift of 1,000 kine. Arriving next at the sacred forest of Dandaka, a person should bath there. But this, on at once, obtains the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Proceeding next to the asylum of Sarabhihanga, and that of the lustrous Sukha, on account of immunity from misfortune, besides sanctifying his haste. Then should one proceed to Surparaka, where Jamadagni's son had formerly dwelt, bathing in the Tirtha of Hama, on account of the merit of giving away gold in abundance, bathing next in the Sapitagadavara, with the subdued sense and regulated diet, on earneth great merit, and goeth to the region of the Celestials. Proceeding next to Devarada, with subdued sense and regulated diet, a man obtaineth the merit of the Devasatra sacrifice. On should proceed next to the forest of Tungaka, with subdued sense, and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life. It was here that in olden days Muni Sarasvata taught the Vedas to the ascetics, when the Vedas had been lost. Angira son, seated at ease on the upper garments of the Munis, pronounced distinctly and with emphasis the syllable Om, and at this the ascetics again recollected all that they had learned before. It was there that the rishis and the gods, Varuna, Agni, Prajapati, Narayana, also called Hari, Mahadeva, and the illustrious grandsire of great splendor, appointed the resplendent Vihirigu to officiate at a sacrifice, gratifying Agni by libations of clarified butter, poured according to the ordinance. The illustrious Vihirigu once performed the Agniyadihana, sacrifice for all those rishis, after which both they and the gods went away to their respective homes, one after another. One who enters the forest of Tungaka is, male or female, cleansed of every sin. There, in that Tirtha, one should reside for a month, with subdued senses and regulated diet. But this, one ascendeth to the region of Brahma and delivereth his haste. Arriving next at Medhihavika, one should offer oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris. By this one acquires the merit of the Agnistoma sacrifice in memory and intellect. There in that Tirtha is the mountain known over the whole world and called Kalanjara, bathing in the celestial lake that is there. One acquires the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. He that, after a bath, offereth oblations on the Kalanjara mountain is, without doubt, regarded in heaven. Proceeding next to the river Mandakini, capable of destroying all things, and which is on that best of mountains called Hitrakuta. He that bathes there and worships the gods and the Pitris obtains the merit of the horse sacrifice and attains to an exalted estate. On should next proceed to the excellent Tirtha called Bihar Tristihana, where ever dwells the celestial generalissimo Kartikeya. By a journey on to that spot, a person attaineth to success. Bathing next at the Tirtha called Koti, on earneth the merit of giving away 1,000 kine. Having walked round Koti, on should proceed next to Giesti Hastihana. Beholding Mahadeva, who is there, on shineth like the moon. There is a celebrated well. There in that well are the 4 seas. He that baths there, and with subdued soul worships the gods and the Pitris, is cleansed of all his sins, and attaineth to an exalted state. Then should on proceed to the great Sringa Verapura, where formerly Rama, thus Hahatiha son, had crossed. Bathing in that Tirtha, on is cleansed of all his sins. Bathing with subdued senses and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life in the Ganga, on is cleansed of every sin and obtains the merit of the Vajapeya sacrifice. On should next proceed to the place called Mayuhavata, consecrated to Mahadeva of high intelligence, beholding there the god, bowing down to him and walking round the spot, on acquireth the Ganapatiya status. Bathing in Ganga at that Tirtha, on is cleansed of all his sins. Then should on proceed to Prayaga, whose praise have been sung by rishis, and where dwell the gods with Brahma at their head, the directions with their presiding deities. The Lokapalas, the Siddhas, the Pitris, adored by the worlds, the great rishis, Sanati Kumara, and others, stainless Brahmas his, Angiras, and others, the Nagas, the Suparnas, the Siddhas, the snakes, the Hivas, the seas, the Gandharvas, the Apsaras, and the Lord Hari with Prajapati. There in the Tirtha are 3 fiery caverns, between which the Ganga, that foremost of Tirthas, holleth happily. There in that region the most purifying doctor of the sun, Yamuna, celebrated over the 3 worlds, uniteth with the Ganga. The cauldron between the Ganga and the Yamuna is regarded as the mons veneris of the world, and Prayaga as the foremost point of that region. The Tirthas, Prayaga, Pratistihana, Kamvala, Asvatara, and Bihogavati are the sacrificial platforms of the Creator. There, in those places, the Vedas and the sacrifices, in embodied forms and rishis, endowed with a wealth of asceticism, adore Brahma, and there the gods and rulers of territories celebrate their sacrifices. The learned, however, say that of all these Tirthas, Prayaga is the most sacred, in fact, the foremost of all Tirthas in the 3 worlds. By going to that Tirtha, by singing its praises, one is cleansed from every sin. He that bathes in that confluence, celebrated over the world, acquires all the merits of the Rajasuya and the horse sacrifices. This sacrificial place is worshipped by the gods themselves. If a man giveth there ever little, is increased 1,000-fold. Let not the text of the Veda, nor the opinions of men dissuade thy mind from the desire of dying at Prayaga. The wise say that 600,010,000 Tirthas exist at Prayaga. Bathing in the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, one obtains the merit that attaches to the 4 kinds of knowledge, and the merits of those that are truthful. There at Prayaga is the excellent Tirtha of Vasuki, called Vihogavati. He that bathes in it obtaineth the merit of the horse sacrifice. There in the Ganga is the Tirtha famed over the 3 worlds, called Hamaprapatana, which confereth the merit of 10 horse sacrifices. Wherever may a person bathe in the Ganga, he earneth merit equal to that of a trip to Kurukshetra. An exception, however, is made in favor of Kanakihala, while the merit attaching to Prayaga is the greatest. Having committed 100 sins, he that bathes in the Ganga hath all his sins washed off by the waters thereof, even as fuel is consumed by fire. It hath been said that in the Satya Yuga all the Tirthas were sacred. In the Treta, Puskara alone was such. In the Vapara, Kurukshetra, and in the Kali Yuga, the Ganga alone is sacred. In Puskara, one should practice austerities. In Mahalaya, one should give away. In the Malaya mountains, one should ascend the funeral pyre. And in Birigutunga, one should renounce one's body by foregoing food. Bathing in Puskara, in Kurukshetra, in the Ganga, and the confluence, one sanctifieth 7 generations of honor race up and down. He that reciteth the name of Ganga is purified, while he that beholdeth her receiveth prosperity, while he that bathes in her and drinks of her waters sanctifieth 7 generations of his race up and down. As long as on bones lie in contact with the waters of the Ganga, so long doth he live regarded in heaven, even as on liveth in heaven, in consequence of the merit he earneth by pious pilgrimage to sacred Tirthas and holy spots. There is no Tirtha that is like unto the Ganga. There is no god like unto Kesava, and there is none superior to Brahmanas. These have been said even by the grandsire. The region through which the Ganga flows should be regarded as a sacred asylum, and the spot of land that is on the Ganga banks should be regarded as unfavorably to the attainment of ascetic success. This truthful description on should recite on unto the regenerate ones, unto those that are pious, unto own son and friends and disciples and dependents. This narrative without a rival is blessed and holy, and leadeth to heaven. Whole and entertaining and sanctifying, it is productive of merit and high glory, destructive of every sin. It is a mystery that the great riches cherish with care. By reciting it in the midst of Brahmanas, one is cleansed of every sin and ascends to heaven. This description of Tirthas is auspicious and heaven-giving and sacred. Ever blessed as it is, it destroys own enemies. Foremost of our accounts, it sharpens the intellect. By reading this narrative, the sonless obtains sons, the destitute obtain riches. A person of the royal order conquereth the whole earth. The Vaisya cometh by wealth. The Sudra obtaineth all his desires, and the Brahmana crosseth the ocean. Purifying himself, he that listens daily to the merit of the different Tirthas recollects the incidents of many previous births and rejoices in heaven. Of the Tirthas that have been recited here, some are easily accessible, while others are difficult of access. He that is inspired with the desire of beholding our Tirthas should visit them, even in imagination. Desirous of obtaining merit, the Vasus and the Sadhiyas, the Adityas, the Maruts, the Asvins, the Rishis, equal unto celestials, are bathed in these Tirthas. Do thou, observing the ordinance as explained by me, visit with subdued senses these Tirthas, increasing thy merit. Men of piety and learning are able to visit these Tirthas by reason of their purified senses, their belief in Godhead, and their acquaintance with the Vedas. He that doth not observe vows, he that hath not his soul under control, he that is impure, he that is a thief, and he that is of crooked mind, doth not bathe in Tirthas. Thou art ever observant of virtue, and art of poor character. By thy virtue thou hast always gratified thy father, and thy grandfather, and great-grandfathers, and the gods with Brahma at their head, and the rishis. Thou who resemblest Vasava, thou wilt attain to the region of the Vasus and eternal fame on earth. Having cheerfully spoken thus, the illustrious Rish Pulastia, well pleased, bidding Bhishma farewell, disappeared there and then. And Bhishma, well understanding the true import of the Sihastras, wandered over the world at the command of Pulastia. Thus did Bhishma, and at Prayaga his highly meritorious journey to the Tirthas capable of destroying all things. The man that hangs the earth in accordance with these injunctions obtains the highest fruit of 100 horse sacrifices and earns salvation hereafter. Thou wilt obtain merit consisting of the 8 attributes, even like that which Bhishma, the foremost of the Kurus, had obtained of yore. And as thou wilt lead these ascetics to those Tirthas, thy merit will be much greater. Those Tirthas are infested by Rakshasas, and no one save thyself can go there. Rising ill, he that reciteth this narrative by the celestial rishis on the subject of the Tirthas becometh free from all sins. Those foremost of rishis, Valmiki and Kasyapa, in Atreya, in Kundajatihara, in Visvamitra, and Gautama, in Nasita, in Devala, in Markandeya, in Galava, in Viharadivaja, in Vasistiha, in the Muni Udalaka, and Saunaka, with his son, and Vyasa, that best of ascetics, and Durvasas, that foremost of Munins, and Javali, of great austerities. All these illustrious riches, endowed with wealth of asceticism, are staying in expectation of thee. With these do thou meet by visiting these Tirthas, and a great reach of immeasurable energy, Lomasa, by name, will come to thee. Do thou follow him and me, and by turns visit these Tirthas. By these thou wilt acquire great fame, like King Mahabharata, even as the virtuous Yayati and King Pururavas, dost thou blaze forth with thy own virtue, like King Vihagihatiha and illustrious Rama, dost thou shine among kings, even as the sun himself, and thou art celebrated even as Muni, or Ikisvaku, or the highly famous Puru, or Vainiya. And as in days of yore, the slayer of Vritra, after burning all his foes, ruled the three worlds, his mind freed from angst, wilt thou rule thy subjects, after slaying all thy enemies, and, having conquered the earth according to the customs of thy order, thou wilt obtain her now by thy virtue, even like Kartaviriya Hyuna. Having comforted the monarch thus, the illustrious rich Narada, bidding farewell to the king, disappeared there and then. And the virtuous Yudhishthira, reflecting upon the subject, began to recite unto the ascetics the merit attaching to Tirthas. Having ascertained the opinion of his brothers and of the intelligent Narada, King Yudhishthira, addressing the Haumia, who was like unto the grandsire himself, and said, I have for the acquisition of arms sent away the tiger among men, Jisnu, whose prowess is incapable of being baffled, and who is possessed of long arms and immeasurable intelligence. That hero is devoted to me, endowed with ability, and well skilled in weapons, and like unto the exalted Vasudeva himself. I know them both, Krishna and Arjuna, those destroyers of enemies, endowed with prowess, even as the puissant Vyasa knoweth them. I know Vasudeva and the Dhananjaya to be none else than Vishnu himself, possessed of the 6 attributes. And this is what Narada knoweth, for he hath always spoken unto me. I know them to be rishis, Nara and Narayana, knowing him to possess the ability. I have sent him, not inferior unto Indra and full competent. I have sent that son of a god to see the Lord of the Celestials and obtain weapons from him. Bhishma and Drona are Atihatihas. Kripa and the son of Drona are invincible. These mighty warriors have been installed by the Dhritarashtra son in the command of his arm. All these are versed in the Vedas, are heroic and possessed of the knowledge of every weapon. And with great strength, these always desire to encounter Arjuna in fight, and Karna of the Sutta caste is mighty warrior versed in celestial weapons. In respect of the impetus of his weapons, he is endowed with the strength of the winged god, himself like a flame of fire. The arrows constitute its tongues. The slap of his left hand, cased in leathern fence, constitute the crackling of that flame. The dust of the battlefield is its smoke, urged by the sons of Dhritarashtra, even as the wind urgeth the fire. carne, like unto the all-consuming fire at the end of the yuga that is sent by death himself, will, without doubt, consume my troops like unto a heap of straw. On that mighty mass of clowns called Arjuna, aided by Krishna like unto a powerful wind, with celestial weapon, representing its fierce lightning, the white steeds, the rows of white cranes, coursing underneath, and the unbearably Gandiva, the rainbow ahead, is capable of extinguishing the blazing flame represented by Karna, by means of its arrowy showers, let off with unflagging steadiness. That conqueror of hostile cities, Vibihatsu, will, without doubt, succeed in obtaining from Indra himself all the celestial weapons with their fullness and life. Alone he is equal, I think, unto them all. Otherwise it is impossible to vanquish in fact all those foes who have attained to eminent success in all their purposes. We shall behold Arjuna, that repressor of foes, full equipped with celestial weapons. For Vibihatsu, having once undertaken a task, never droppeth under its weight. Without that hero, however, that best of men, ourselves, with Krishna, cannot be at rest in Kamyaka. Therefore, do thou mention some other wood that is sacred and delightful, and abounds in food and fruits, and that is inhabited by men of pious practice, where we may pass some time expecting the warlike Arjuna of unbaffled prowess, like the Hataka, in expectation of gathering clowns. Do thou tell us of some asylums open to the regenerate ons, and lakes and streams and beautiful mountains. Deprived of Arjuna, I do not like to stay in this wood of Kamyaka. We wish to go somewhere else. Beholding the Pandavas afflicted with anxiety and depressed in spirits, the Haumia, who assembled Vrihaspati, spake thus, comforting them. Listen to me as I mention certain sacred asylums, and regions, and tirthas, and mountains that are approved of by Brahmanas. Listen to me as I speak. Thyself with the doctor of Drupada and thy brothers wilt be relieved from grief, and by hearing on of these places thou wilt acquire merit, and by visiting them thou wilt obtain merit 100 times greater. First, I will, far as I recollect, speak of the beautiful eastern country, much regarded by royal riches. In that direction is a place called Naimisha, which is regarded by the celestials. And there, in that region, are several sacred tirthas belonging to the gods. There is the sacred and beautiful Gomati, which is adored by celestial riches, and there, in the sacrificial region of the gods, and the sacrificial stake of Surya. In that quarter is that best of hills called Gaia, which is sacred and much regarded by royal ascetics. There, on that hill, is the auspicious lake called Brahmasara, which is adored by celestial riches. It is for this that the ancients say that one should wish for men's sons, that even one among them may visit Gaia, celebrate the horse sacrifice, or give away a Nila bull, and there but deliver 10 generations of his haste up and down. And there is a great river in a spot called Gayasira. In Gayasira is a banhar which is called by the Brahmanas the eternal banhar, for the food that is offered there to the Pitris becometh eternal. The great river that floweth by the place is known by the name of Pihalgu, and its water are all sacred, and there, in that place, is the Kausiki, whose basin abounds in various fruit and roots, and where Visvamitra endowed with wealth of asceticism, acquired Brahmanahood. Towards that direction is the sacred Ganga, on whose banks Vihagihatiha celebrated many sacrifices with profuse gifts. They say that in the country of Panchala there is a wood called Utipala, where Visvamitra of Kusika race had performed sacrifices with his son, and where beholding the relics of Visvamitra superhuman power, Rama, the son of Jamadagni, recited the praises of his ancestor. At Kamyaka, Kusika's son had quaffed the summer juice with Indra. Then, abandoning the Kshatriya order, he began to say, I am a Brahmana. In that quarter is the sacred confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, which is celebrated over the world. Hard and sin-destroying, that Tirtha is much regarded by the rishis. It is there that the soul of all things, the grandsire, had in olden days performed his sacrifice, and it is for this that the place have come to be called Prayaga. In this direction lieth the excellent asylum of Agastya, and the foremost called Tapasa, decked by men ascetics, and there is the great Tirtha called Hiranyavinda on the Kalanjara hills, and that best of mountains called Agastya, which is beautiful, sacred, and auspicious. In that quarter is the mountain called Mahendra, sacred to the illustrious Rama of the Bihirigu race. There the grandsire performed sacrifice of yore, and there the sacred Vihagihatiha entereth a lake, and there is that sacred river known by the name of the merity bestowing Brahmasara, whose banks are inhabited by persons whose sins have been washed away, and whose sight alone produceth merit. In that direction lieth the high-souled Matanga, excellent asylum, called Kedara, which is sacred and auspicious and celebrated over the world. And there is the mountain called Kundoda, which is delightful and abounding in fruits and roots and waters, and where the king of the Nishadihas had slaked his thirst and rested for a while. In that quarter is the delightful Devavana, which is graced by ascetics. There are the rivers Vahuda and Nanda on the mountain crest. I have described unto thee all the Tirthas and sacred spots in the eastern quarter. Do thou now hear of the sacred Tirthas and rivers and mountains and holy spots in the other three quarters. Listen, I shall now narrate to thee in detail, according to my knowledge, the sacred Tirthas of the Suf. In that quarter lieth the sacred and auspicious river Godavari, full of water, abounding in groups and frequented by ascetics. In that direction are the rivers Vena and Vihimahatihi, both capable of destroying sin and fear, and abounding in birds and deer, and graced with abodes of ascetics. In that region is the Tirtha of the royal ascetic Nriga, the river Payosni, which is delightful and full of waters, and visited by Brahmanas. There the illustrious Markandeya of high ascetic merit sang the praises in verse of King Nriga line. We have heard respecting the sacrificing King Nriga, that which really took place while he was performing a sacrifice in the excellent Tirtha called Varaha on the Payosni. In that sacrifice, Indra became intoxicated with quaffing the soma, and the Brahmanas with the gifts they received. The water of the Payosni, taken up or flowing along the ground, or conveyed by the wind, can cleanse a person from whatever sins he may commit till the day of his death. higher than heaven itself, and pure and created and bestowed by the trident-bearing God. There, in that Tirtha, is an image of Mahadeva, beholding which a mortal goeth to the region of Siva, placing on a scale Ganga and the other rivers with their waters, and on the other the Paiosni, the latter, in my opinion, would be superior to all the Tirthas, together, in point of merit. Then, on the mountain called Varuna Srotasa, is the sacred and auspicious wood of Matihara, abounding in fruits and roots, and containing a sacrificial stake. Then it is said that, in the region on the north of the Praveni, and about the sacred asylum of Kanva, are many wood retreats of ascetics, and in the Tirtha called Surparaka are two sacrificial platforms of the lustrous Jamadagni called Pashana and Punaskhandra, and in that spot is the Tirtha called Asoka, abounding in wood retreats of ascetics, and in the country of the Pandyas are the Tirthas named Agastya and Varuna. There, amongst the Pandavas, is the Tirtha called the Kumaris. Listen, I shall now describe Tamhaparni. In that asylum, the gods had undergone penances impelled by the desire of obtaining salvation. In that region is the lake of Gokarna, which is celebrated over the 3 worlds, have an abundance of cool waters, and is sacred, auspicious, and capable of producing great merit. That lake is extremely difficult of access to men of unpurified souls. Near to that Tirtha is the sacred asylum of Agastya, disciple, the mountain Devasabiha, which abounds in trees and grass, and fruits and roots. And there is the Vaiduriya mountain, which is delightful, abounding in gems, and capable of bestowing great merit. There, on that mountain, is the asylum of Agastya, abounding in fruits and roots, and water. I shall now describe the sacred spots and asylums and rivers and lakes belonging to the Suhastra country. The Brahmanas say that on the sea coast is the Hamasodibiheda and Prabhihasa, that Tirtha, which is much regarded by the gods. There is the Tirtha called Pindaraka, frequented by ascetics and capable of producing great merit. In that region is a mighty hill named Ujjayanta, which conduceth to speed success. Regarding it, the celestial Rishi Narada of great intelligence hath recited an ancient sloka. Do thou listen to it. By performing austerities on the sacred hill of Ujjayanta in Suhastra, that abounds in birds and animals, a person becometh regarded in heaven. There is Devaravati, producing great merit, where dwelleth the slayer of Madhu, who is the ancient on, in embodied form, and eternal virtue. Brahmanas versed in the Vedas and persons acquainted with the philosophy of the soul say that the illustrious Krishna is eternal virtue. Govinda is said to be the purest of all pure things, the righteous of the righteous, and the auspicious of the auspicious. In all the 3 worlds, he of eyes like lotus leaves is the God of gods, and is eternal. He is the pure soul, and the active principle of life, is the supreme Brahma, and is the Lord of all. The slayer of Madhu, Hari of inconceivable soul, dwelleth there. I shall describe to thee those sacred spots capable of producing merit that lie on the west, in the country of the Anarthas. There flows in a westward coast the sacred river Narmada, graced by Priyangu and mango trees, and engarlanded with thickets of canes, all the tirthas and sacred spots and rivers and woods and foremost of mountains that are in the three walls, all the gods with the Grandsar, along with the Siddhas, the Rishis, and the Haranas, always come to bathe in the sacred waters of the Narmada. It hath been heard by us that the sacred asylum of the Muni Vishavas had stood there, and that there was born the Lord of Treasuries, Kuvera, having men for his vehicles. There is that foremost of hills, the sacred and auspicious Vaiduria, peak, abounding with trees that are green and which are always graced with fruits and flowers. On the top of that mountain is a sacred tank decked with full-blown lotus and exalted to by the gods and the Gandharvas. Men are the wonders that may be seen on that sacred mountain, which is like unto heaven itself, and which is visited by celestial rishis. There is the sacred river called Visvamitra, belonging to the royal sage of that name, and which abounds in many sacred tirthas. It was on the banks of this river that Yayati, the son of Nahusha, among the virtues, and obtained once more the eternal regions of the righteous. Here are the well-known lake called Punia, the mountain called Mainaka, and that other mountain called Asita, abounding in fruit and roots. And here is the sacred asylum of Kakis Hasena, and the asylum of Hiavana, which is famed over every country. In that spot, men attain to success without severe austerities. Here is the region called Jamvumarga, inhabited by birds and deer, and which constitutes the retreat of ascetics with souls under control. Next lie the exceedingly sacred Ketumala and Medihia, ever graced with ascetics, and Gangadivara, and the well-known woods of Saindihava, which are sacred and inhabited by the regenerate ones. There is the celebrated tank of the Grandsire, called Puskara, the favorite abode of the Vaikarnasas and Siddhas and Rishis. Moved by the desire of obtaining its protection, the Creator sang this verse at Puskara. If a person of poor soul purpose a pilgrimage to the Puskaras, in imagination even, he becometh purged from all his sins and rejoiceth in heaven. I shall now describe those tirthas and sacred spots that lie to the north. Do thou listen to me attentively. By hearing this narration, one acquireth a reverential frame of mind, which conduceth to much good. In that region is the high sacred Sarasvati, abounding in tirthas and with banks east of the scent. There is the ocean-going and impetuous Yamuna, and the tirtha called Plakishavatarana, productive of high merit and prosperity. It was there that the regenerate ones, having performed the Sarasvata sacrifice, bathed on the completion thereof. There is the well-known celestial tirtha called Agnisiras, which is productive of great merit. There King Sahadeva had celebrated a sacrifice, measuring out the ground by a throw of the Samya. It is for this reason that Indra sang the praises of Sahadeva in verse. Those verses are still current in this world, being recited by the regenerate ones. On the Yamuna, Sahadeva worshipped the sacrificial fire with gifts in 100,000 to Brahmanas. There the illustrious king, the imperial Viharata, performed 35 horse sacrifices. We have heard that Sarabhihanga of yore used to full gratify the desires of the regenerate ones. There in this region is his celebrated asylum, productive of great merit. In that region is the river Sarasvati, which is ever worshipped by the god, where in days of yore the Valikihilias performed sacrifices. In that region is the well-known river Drisadivati, which is productive of great merit. Then are Niagrodihakihia and Pankhalia and Puniaka and the Albihia Gihosha and the Albihia, which are the sacred asylum in the world of illustrious Anandayasas, of excellent vows and great energy, and which are celebrated over the three worlds. Here the illustrious Etavarna and Avavarna, vested in the Vedas, learned in Vedic lore, and proficient in the knowledge of Vedic rites, performed meritorious sacrifices. There is Visakhi Hayupa, to which in days of yore came the gods with Varuna and Indra, and practiced ascetic austerities, and therefore is that spot eminently sacred. Here is Palasaka, where the great and illustrious and highly blessed Rishi Jamadagni performed sacrifices. There are the principal rivers in their embodied forms, taking their respective waters, stood surrounding that best of sages, and there Vibhavasu himself, beholding that high soul led on initiation, sang the following sloka. The river, coming to the illustrious Jamadagni, while sacrificing unto the gods, gratified the Brahmanas with offerings of honey. The spot where Ganga rushes past, cleaving the foremost of mountains, which is frequented by Gandharbas and Yakishas and Hakishasas and Apisaras, and inhabited by hunters and Kinnaras, is called Gangadivara. Sanat Kumara regardeth that spot visited by Brahma's Ris, as also the Tirtha Kanakihala, as sacred. There is the mountain named Puru, which is resorted to by great rishis, and where Pururavas was born, and Bihirgu practiced ascetic austerities. For this it is that asylum have become known as the great peak of Birigutunga. Near that peak is the sacred and extensive Vadari, that highly meritorious asylum, famed over the three worlds of Him, who is the present, the past, and the future, who is called Narayana, and the Lord Vishnu, who is eternal and the best of male beings, and who is preeminently illustrious. Near Vadari, the cool current of Ganga was formerly warm, and the banks there were overspread with golden sands. There the gods and rishis of high fortune and exceeding effulgence, approaching the divine Lord Narayana, always worship him. The entire universe, with all its tirthas and holy spots, is there where dwelleth the divine and eternal Narayana, the Supreme Soul. For he is mighty, he is the Supreme Brahma, he is Tirtha, he is the ascetic retreat, he is the first, he is the foremost of gods, and he is the great Lord of all creatures. He is eternal, he is the great Creator, and he is the highest state of blessedness. Learned persons versed in the scriptures attain to great happiness by knowing him. In that spot are the celestial rishis, the siddhas, and indeed all the rishis, where dwelleth the slayer of Madhu, that prime vow deity and might yogin. Let no doubt enter thy heart. That spot is the foremost of all holy spots. These are the tirthas and sacred spots on earth that I have recited. These are visited by the Vasus, the Sadhiyas, the Adityas, the Marutas, They are as wings, and the illustrious rishis, assembling the celestial themselves, by journeying to those places with the brahmanas and ascetics that are with thee and with thy blessed brothers, thou wilt be freed from anxiety. While the Haumia was speaking thus, there arrived at the spot the rich Lomasa of great energy, and the king, who was the eldest of Pandu's sons, with his followers, and those Brahmanas sat round the highly righteous on, like celestials in heaven, sitting round Sakra, and having received him duly, Yudhishthira the just, inquired after the reason of his arrival, and the object of his wanderings. Thus asked by Pandu's son, the illustrious ascetic, well pleased, replied in sweet words, delighting the Pandavas. Travelling at will over all the regions, I came to Sakra abode, and saw there the Lord of the Celestials. And there I saw thy heroic brother, capable of wielding the bow with his left hand, seated on the same seat with Sakra, and beholding Partha on that seat, I was greatly astonished. And the Lord of the Celestials then said unto me, Go thou unto the sons of Pandu, at the request, therefore, of Indra as also of the high-souled son of Pritha, have I come hither with speed, desiring to see thee with thy younger brothers. I will relate what will please thee highly. Do thou listen to it, with Krishna and the rishis that are with thee. Partha hath obtained from Rudra that incomparable weapon, for the acquisition of which thou hadst sent him to heaven. That fierce weapon, known by the name of Brahmasira, which arose after Amrita, and which Rudra had obtained by means of ascetic austerities, hath been acquired by Arjuna together with the mantras for holding and withdrawing it, and the rites of expiation and revival. And Arjuna of mensurably prowess hath acquired Vajras and Dandas and other celestial weapons from Yama and Kuvera and Varuna and Indra, and he hath thoroughly learnt music, both vocal and instrumental, and dancing and proper recitation of the Saman from Visvavasu son, and having thus acquired weapons and mastered the Gandhirva Veda, thy third brother, Vibhihatsu, liveth happily. Listen to me, for I shall now deliver to thee the message of that foremost of celestials. He hath commanded me, saying, Thou wilt, no doubt, go to the world of men. Tell thou Yudhishthira these words of mine. Soon will thy brother Arjuna come to thee, having acquired arms and accomplished a great deed for the celestials that is incapable of being accomplished by themselves. Do thou, meanwhile, devote thyself to ascetic austerities with thy brothers. There is nothing superior to asceticism, and it is by asceticism that a person achieveth great results. And well do I know that karna is endowed with great ardor and energy and strength and prowess that is incapable of being baffled. Well do I know that, skilled in fierce conflict, he hath not his rival in battle, that he is a mighty bowman, a hero deft in the use of fierce weapons, encased in the best of mail. Well do I know that exalted son of Aditya resembleth the son of Mahesvara himself. Well do I know the high natural prowess of the broad-shouldered Arjuna. In battle, Karna is not equal unto even a 16th part of Pritha's son. And as for the fear of Karna which is in thy heart, I shall dispel when Savya Sakhin will have left heaven. And as regards thy purpose, to set out on a pilgrimage to Tirthas, the great rich Lomasa will, without doubt, speak unto thee, and whatever that regenerate rich will relate unto thee, touching the merits of asceticism and Tirtha, thou shouldst receive with respect and not otherwise. Listen now to what the Dhananjaya have said. Cause my brother Yudhishthira to attend to the praxis of virtue which leadeth to prosperity, and with wealth of asceticism thou art conversant with the highest morality, with ascetic austerities of every kind, with the eternal duties of kings blessed with prosperity, and the high and sanctifying merit that men obtain from Tirthas. Persuade thou the sons of Pandu to acquire the merit attaching to Tirthas. Do thou with thy own whole soul persuade the king to visit the Tirthas and give away kine. This is what Arjuna said unto me. Indeed, he said, let him visit all the Tirthas protected by thee. Thou wilt protect him from Rakshasas and watch over him in inaccessible regions and rugged mountain breasts. And as Dadihikhi had protected Indra and Andras had protected the sun, so do thou protect the sons of Kunti from Rakshasas. Along the way are many Rakshasas, rugged as mountain cliffs. Protected by thee, these will not be able to approach the sons of Kunti, obedient to the words of Indra, and at the request of Arjuna, protecting thee from dangers. I shall wander with thee. Before this, I have twice visited the Tirthas. With thee I shall repair to them for the third time. Manu and other royal rishis of meritorious deeds had undertaken journeys to Tirthas. Indeed, a trip to them is capable of dispelling all fear. They that are crooked-minded, they that have not their souls under control, they that are illiterate and perverse, do not bathe in Tirthas. Thou art ever of a virtuous disposition, and conversant with morality, and firm in thy promises. Thou wilt surely be able to free thyself from the world. For thou art even as King Vihagihata, or Gaya, or Yayati, or anyone that is like them. Yudhishthira answered, I am overwhelmed with delight, that I cannot find words to answer thee. Who can be more fortunate than he who is remembered even by the Lord of the Celestials? Who can be more fortunate than he who hath been favored with thy company, who hath the Dhananjaya for a brother, and who is talked of by Vasava himself? As to thy words, in respect of a trip to the Tirthas, my mind had already been made up at the words of the Halmia. I shall start, at whatever hour thou mayest be pleased to appoint, on the proposed journey to Tirthas. Even this is my firm resolve. Lomasa then said unto Yudhishthira, who had made up his mind to start on the proposed journey, be thou light as regards thy retinue, for by this thou wilt be able to go more easily. Yudhishthira then said, let those mendicants and brahmanas and yogis that are incapable of bearing hunger and thirst, the fatigues of travel and toil, and the severity of winter, desist. Let those brahmanas desist that live on sweet meats, and they that desire cooked viands and food that is sucked or drunk as well as meat. And let those remain behind that are dependent on cooks. let those citizens that have followed me from motives of loyalty, and whom I have hitherto kept on proper stipends, repair to King Dhritarashtra. He will give them their allowances in due time. If, however, that king refuses to grant them proper allowances, the king of the Panchalas will, for our satisfaction and welfare, give them these. And thereupon, oppressed with grief, the citizens and the principal Brahmanas and Yatis set out for Hastinapura. And out of affection for Yudhishthira, the just, the royal son of Anvika, received them properly and gratified them with proper allowances. And the royal son of Kunti, with only a small number of Brahmanas, abode for 3 nights at Kamyaka, shared Balomasa. Those Brahmanas then, that had been dwelling in the woods, beholding the son of Kunti about to set out, approached him and said, "Thou art about to set out on thy journey to the sacred Tirthas, along with thy brothers, and accompanied by the illustrious rich Lomasa. It behoveth thee to take us with thee. Without thee we shall not be able to visit them at any time. Surrounded by dangers and difficult of access, they are infested by beasts of prey. Those Tirthas are inaccessible to persons in small parties. Foremost of all wielders of the bow, thy brothers are ever brave, protected by your heroic selves. We won't proceed to them. Permit us to acquire, through thy grace, the blessed fruit of Tirthas. Protected by thy energy, let us be cleansed of all our sins by visiting those Tirthas, and purified by baths therein. Bathing in those Tirthas, thou wilt acquire without doubt the region difficult of acquisition, that Kartaviriya and Astaka, the royal sage Lomapada, and the imperial and heroic Viharata on had earned. In thy company, we desire to behold Pravihasa and other Tirthas, Mahendra and other hills, Ganga and other rivers, and Plakisha and other gigantic trees. If thou hast any regard for the Brahmanas, do thou our bidding. Thou wilt surely have prosperity from these. The Tirthas are infested by Rakshasas, that ever obstruct ascetic penances. It behoveth thee to protect us from them. Protected by Lomasa, and taking us with thee, go thou to all the Tirthas spoken of by the Haumia and the intelligent Narada, all those that have been spoken of by the celestial rich Lomasa, and wait with great ascetic wealth, and be thou by these cleansed of all thy sins. Thus addressed, respectful by them, the king that bore amongst the sons of Pandu, surrounded by his heroic brothers, headed by Bhishma, with tears of joy in his eyes, said unto all those ascetics, "Let it be." With the permission then of Lomasa, of his priest the Haumia, that foremost of Pandu's sons, with so under complete control, resolved, along with his brothers and Drupada doctor of faultless features, to set out. Just at this time the blessed Vyasa, Parvata and Narada, all endowed with high intelligence, came to Kamyaka for seeing the son of Pandu. Beholding them, King Yudhishthira worshipped them with due rites, and worshipped by the monarch those blessed ones, addressing Yudhishthira, said, "And ye twins, banish all evil thoughts from your minds, purify your hearts, and then set out for the Tirthas." The Brahmanas have said that the observance of regulations in respect of the body are called earthly vows, while efforts to purify the heart, that it may be free from evil thoughts, are called spiritual vows. The mind that is free from all evil thoughts is highly pure, purifying yourselves, therefore, harboring unfriendly feelings for all. Behold ye the Tirthas, observing earthly vows in respect of your bodies, and purifying your minds by spiritual vows. Obtain ye the fruits as recited of pilgrimage, saying, so be it. The Pandavas with Krishna caused those celestial and human riches to perform the usual propitiatory ceremonies. And those heroes, having worshipped the feet of Lomasa and the Vaipayana and Narada and the celestial rish Parvata, and accompanied by the Haumia, the ascetics that had been residing with them in the woods, set out on the day following the full moon of Agrahayana, in which the constellation Pushiya was ascendant, dressed in barks and hides, and with matted locks on head. They were all cased in impenetrably mail and armed with swords. And the heroic sons of Pandu with quivers and arrows and scimitars and other weapons, and accompanied by Indrasena and other attendants with 14 and on cars. A number of cooks and servants of other classes set out with faces turned towards the east. Yudhishthira said, I do not think that I am without merites, yet I am afflicted with much sorrow, that there never was a king like me. I think, however, that my enemies are destitute of good qualities, and even destitute of morality. Yet why, Lomasa, do they prosper in this world? Lomasa said, grieve not ever, that sinful men should often prosper in consequence of the sins they commit. A man may be seen to prosper by his sins, obtain good therefrom, and vanquish his foes. Destruction, however, overtakes him to the roots. I have seen Mendaitias and the Navas prosper by sin. I have seen destruction overtake them. I have seen all these in the righteous age of yore. The gods practiced virtue, while the Asuras abandoned it. The gods visited the Tirthas, while the Asuras did not visit them. And at first the sinful Asuras were possessed with pride, and pride begot vanity, and vanity begot wrath, and from wrath arose every kind of evil propensities, and from these later sprung shamelessness. And in consequence of shamelessness, good behavior disappeared from among them, and because they had become shameless and destitute of virtuous propensities, and good conduct, and virtuous vows, forgiveness, and prosperity, and morality forsook them in no time, and prosperity then soaked the gods, while adversity soaked the Asuras. And when the Daitias and the Danavas, deprived of sense by pride, were possessed by adversity, Kali sought to possess them, and overwhelmed with pride, and destitute of rites and sacrifices, and devoid of reason and feeling, in their hearts full of vanity, destruction overtook them soon. And covered with infamy, the Daitias were soon exterminated. The gods, however, who were virtuous in their praxis, going to the seas, the rivers, the lakes, and whole spots, cleansed themselves of all sins. By means of ascetic penances and sacrifices, and gifts, and blessings, and obtained prosperity and the consequence. And because the gods always performed sacrifices and whole deeds, abandoning every praxis that was evil, and visited the Tirthas, as the consequence thereof, they acquired great good fortune. Guided by this, do thou with thy brothers bathe in Tirthas, for then thou wilt obtain prosperity once more. Even this is the eternal hood, and as King Niriga, and Sihivi, and Alcinara, and Vihagihatiha, and Vasumanas, and Gaia, and Puru, and Pururavas, were practicing ascetic penances, and visiting Tirthas, and touching sacred wadas, and beholding illustrious ascetics, obtained fame and sanctity, and merit, and wealth. Wilt thou obtain prosperity that is great? And as Ikisvaku with his sons, friends, and followers, as Mukhukunda, and Mandihatri, and King Maruta, as the gods through power of asceticism, and the celestial rishis, had all obtained fame, wilt thou obtain great celebrity? The sons of Dhritarashtra, on the other hand, enslaved by sinfulness and ignorance, will, without doubt, be soon exterminated like the Daitiyas. The heroic sons of Pandu, accompanied by their followers, proceeding from place to place, at last arrived at Naimisa, reaching the Gomati. The Pandavas bathed in the sacred Tirtha of that stream, and having performed their ablutions there, they gave away both kind and wealth, and repeatedly offering oblations of water to the gods, the Pitris, and the Brahmanas in the Tirthas called Kanya, Asva, and Go, and staying in Kalakoti and the Vishaprastha hills. The Kauravas then reached Vahuda and performed their ablutions in that stream. Proceeding next to the sacrificial region of the gods, known by the name Prayaga, they bathed in the confluence of Ganga and Yamuna, and residing there, practiced ascetic penances of great merit, and the Pandavas of truthful promises, bathing in the Tirtha, cleansed themselves of every sin. The sons of Pandu, then, accompanied by those Brahmanas, proceeded to the Tirtha called Vedi, sacred to the Creator, and adored by the ascetics, residing there for some time, and gratifying the Brahmanas with the fruit and roots of the wilderness, and clarified butter. Those heroes began to practice ascetic penances of great merit. They then proceeded to Mahidihara, consecrated by that virtuous royal sage Gaia of unrivaled splendor. In that region is the hill called Gayasira, as well as the delightful river called Mahanadi, with 5 banks graced by bushes of canes. On that celestial hill of whole peaks is a sacred Tirtha called Brahmasara, which is much adored by ascetics. There, on the banks of that lake, had dwelt, of yore, the eternal God himself of justice, and it was thither that the illustrious Rishi Agastya had repaired to behold that deity. It is from that lake that all the rivers take their rise, and there, in that Tirtha, Mahadeva, the elder of the Pinaka, is present for a year. Arriving at that spot, the heroic sons of Pandu practiced the vow that is known by the name of the Chaturmasya, according to all the rites and ordinances of the great sacrifice called Rishi Yajna. It is there, in that mighty tree called the eternal banhar stands, and sacrifice performed there produce merit that is eternal. In that sacrificial platform of the gods, producing eternal merit, the Pandavas began to fast with concentrated souls. And there came unto them Brahmanas by hundreds, endowed with wealth of asceticism. And those Brahmanas performed the Chaturmasya, sacrifice, according to the rites inculcated by the rishis. And there, in that Tirtha, those Brahmanas, old in knowledge and ascetic merit, and full versed in the Vedas, that constituted the court of the illustrious sons of Pandu, talked in their presence upon various subjects of sacred import, and it was in that place that the learned were observing in sacred systematica, leading, besides, a life of celibacy, he spake unto them. And systematica said, Gaia, the son of Amurtahaya, was one of the foremost of royal sages. Listen to me, as I recite his meritorious deeds. It was here that Gaia had performed many sacrifices distinguished by the enormous quantities of food, and the profuse gifts that were given away. Those sacrifices were distinguished by mountains in hundreds and thousands of cooked rice, lakes of clarified butter, and heavers of goods in many hundreds, and streams of rich-dressed couriers in thousands. Day after day were these got ready and distributed amongst our commerce, while over and above these, Brahmanas and others received food that was clean and pure. During the conclusion, when gifts were dedicated to the Brahmanas, the chanting of the Vedas reached the heavens, and loud, indeed, was the sound of the Vedic mantras that nothing else could be heard there. Those sacred sounds filled the earth, the points of the horizon, the sky, and heaven itself. Even these were the wonders that persons not said on those occasions. And gratified with the excellent viands and drinks that the illustrious Gaia provided, men went about singing these verses. In Gaia great sacrifice, who is there today amongst creatures that still desireth to eat. There are yet 25 mountains of food, there after all have been fed. What the royal sage Gaia of immense splendor hath achieved in his sacrifice was never achieved by men before, nor will be in future. The gods have been so surfeited by Gaia with clarified butter that they are not able to take anything that anybody else may offer, as sand grains on earth, as stars in the firmament, as drops showered by rain-charged clouds, cannot ever be counted by anybody. Can none count the gifts in Gaia's sacrifice? Many times did King Gaia perform sacrifices of this description, here by the side of this Brahmasara. After this, the royal son of Kunti, who was ever distinguished for his profuse gifts unto Brahmanas, proceeded to the asylum of Agastya and took up his abode in Durjaya. It was here that the foremost of speakers, King Yudhishthira, asked Lomasa as to why Agastya had slain Vatapati there. And the king inquired after the extent of that man destroying Daitya prowess, and the reason of the illustrious Agastya wrath being excited against that Asura. Thus questioned, Lomasa said, There was in the city called Manimati, in days of yore, a Daitya named Ilvala, whose younger brother was Vatapi. One day, the son of Diti addressed the Brahmana and with ascetic humility, saying, Grant me a son equal unto Indra. The Brahmana did not grant the Asura a son like Indra, and at this the Asura was inflamed with wrath against the Brahmana, and from that day the Asura Ilvala became a destroyer of Brahmanas, and endowed with power of illusion, the angry Asura transformed his brother into a ram, and Vatapi, capable of assuming any form at will, would immediately assume the shape of a ram, and the flesh of that ram, after being properly dressed, was offered to Brahmanas as food. And after they had eaten of it, they were slain, Whomsoever Il Vala summoned with his voice, he would come back to Il Vala, even if he had gone to the abode of Yama, in his embodied form endowed with life, and show himself to Il Vala, and having transformed the Asura Vatapi into a ham, and properly cooked his flesh, and feeding Brahmanas therewith, he would summon Vatapi. And the might Asura Vatapi, that foe of Brahmanas, endowed with great strength and power of illusion, hearing those sounds uttered with a loud voice by Ilvala, and heaping open the flanks of the Brahmana, would come loudly out. And it was thus the wicked-hearted deity Ilvala, having fed Brahmanas, frequently took away their lives. Meanwhile, the illustrious Agastya beheld his deceased ancestors hanging in a pit with heads downwards. And he asked those personages thus suspended in that hall, saying, "What is the matter with you?" Thus questioned, those uterus of Brahma replied, "It is even for offspring," and they told him, "We are your ancestors. It is even for offspring we stay suspended in this pit. If thou canst beget us a good son, we may then be saved from this hell, and thou wilt obtain thy blessed estate of those having offspring." And with great energy and observant of truth and morality, Agastya replied, saying, "Yea, Pitris, I will accomplish your desire. Let this anxiety of yours be dispelled." And the illustrious Rish then began to think of perpetuating his haste. He saw not a wife worthy of him, on whom he himself could take his birth in the form of a son. The Rish, accordingly, taking those parts that were regarded as highly beautiful from creatures possessing them, create therewith an excellent woman. And the Muni, endowed with great ascetic merit, thereupon gave that girl created for himself to the king of the Vidiharbihas, who was then undergoing ascetic penances, for obtaining offspring. And that blessed girl of sweet face then took her birth, and, beautiful as the effulgent lightning, her limbs began to grow day by day. And as soon as that Lord of Earth, the ruler of the Vidarbihas, saw her ushered into life, he joyful communicated the intelligence unto the Brahmanas, and the Brahmanas thereupon blessed the girl, and they bestowed upon her the name Lopamudra, and possessed of great beauty. She began to grow quickly, like unto a lotus in the midst of water, or the effulgent flame of fire. And when the girl grew and attained to puberty, 100 virgins decked in ornaments, and 100 maids waited in obedience upon her blessed self. And surrounded by those 100 maids and virgins, she shone in their midst, endowed as she was with bright effulgence, like Rohini in the firmament, amid an inferior multitude of stars, and possessed as she was of good behavior and excellent manners. None dared ask for her hand, even when she attained to puberty, through fear of her father, the king of the Vidiharbihas. And Lopamudra, devoted to truth, surpassing the Apsaras even in beauty, gratified her father and relatives by means of her conduct. And her father, beholding his daughter, the prince of Vidiharbhiha, attain to puberty, began to reflect in his mind, saying, "To whom should I give this daughter of mine?" When Agastya thought that girl to be competent for the duties of domesticity, he approached that Lord of Earth, the ruler of Vidiharbihas, and addressing him said, "I solicit thee to bestow thy daughter Lopamudra on me." Thus addressed by the Muni, the king of the Vidiharbihas sworn it away, and Tog, Unwilling to give the moon his doctor, he dare not refuse. And that lord of earth, then approaching his queen, said, "This wretch is endowed with great energy. If angry, he may consume me with the fire of his curse. Tell me, what is thy wish?" Hearing these words of the king, she uttered not a word. And beholding the king along with the queen afflicted with sorrow, Lopamudra approached them in due time and said, "It behoveth thee not to grieve on my account. Bestow me on Agastya, and save thyself by giving me away." And at these words of his doctor, the king gave away Lopamudra unto the illustrious Agastya with due writ. And obtaining her as wife, Agastya addressed Lopamudra, saying, "Cast thou away these costly robes and ornaments." And at these words of her lord, that large-eyed damsel of Styx, tapering as the stem of the plantain tree, cast away her handsome and costly robes of thin textures. And casting them away, she dressed herself in hags and barks and deer skins, and became her husband equal in vows and acts. And proceeding then to Gangadevara, that illustrious and best of riches, began to practice the severest penances along with his helpful wife. And Lopamudra herself, well pleased, began to serve her lord from the deep respect that she bore him. And the exalted Agastya began to manifest great love for his wife. After a considerable time, the illustrious rich one day beheld Lopamudra, blazing in ascetic splendor, come up after the bath in her season. And pleased with the girl for her services, her purity and self-control, with her grace and beauty, he summoned her for marital intercourse. The girl, however, joining her hands, bashful, love-killing, addressed the rich, saying, "The husband, without doubt, weddeth the wife for offspring. It behoveth thee to show that love to me which I have for thee, and it behoveth thee to approach me on a bed like to that which I had in the palace of my father. I desire that thou shouldst be decked in garlands of flowers and other ornaments, and that I should approach thee adorned in those celestial ornaments that I like. Otherwise I cannot approach thee, dressed in these hags, dyed in head, nor it is sinful to wear ornaments." Hearing these words of his wife, Agastya replied, "I have not wealth like what thy father hath." She answered, saying, "Thou who art endowed with wealth of asceticism, art certainly able to bring hither within a moment, by ascetic power, everything that exists in the world of men." Agastya said, "It is even as thou hast said, that would waste my ascetic merit. Bid me do that which may not loosen my ascetic merit." Lopamudra then said, "Thou endowed with wealth of asceticism, my season will not last long. I do not desire to approach thee otherwise, nor do I desire to diminish thy merit in any way. It behoveth thee to do as I desire, without injuring thy virtue." Agastya then said, "If this be the resolve that thou hast settled in thy heart, I will go out in quest of wealth. Meanwhile, stay thou here as it pleaseth thee." Agastya then went to King Srutarvan, who was regarded as richer than other kings, to beg for wealth, and that monarch, learning of the arrival of the pot-born rich on the frontiers of his kingdoms, went out with his ministers and received the whole men with respect. The king, duly offering the argyria in the first instance, submissively and with joined hands, occurred then after the reason of the rich arrival, And Agastya answered, saying, Know that I have come to thee desirous of wealth. Give me a portion according to thy ability, and without doing injury to others. The king then, representing unto the rich the equality of his expenditure and income, said, Take thou from my possessions the wealth thou pleasest. Beholding, however, the equality of that monarch expenditure with income, the rich, who always saw both sides with equal eyes, thought that, if he took anything under the circumstances, his act would result in injury to creatures. Taking, therefore, Srutarvan with him, the rich went to Vradinasva. The latter, hearing of their arrival on his frontiers, received them duly, and Vradinasva offered them the argihias in order to wash their feet, and the monarch, with the permission, then acquired after the reason of their coming. And Agastya said, Know that we have come to thee desirous of wealth. Give us what thou canst, without doing injury to others. That monarch then represented unto them the equality of his expenditure and income, and said, Knowing this, take ye what ye desire. The rich, who saw both sides with equal eyes, beholding the equality of that monarch income with expenditure, thought that, if he took anything under the circumstances, his act would result in injury to all creatures. Agastya and Srutarvan with King Vardinasva then went to Purokutsason, Trasadasio of enormous wealth. The high-souled Trasadasio, learning of their arrival on the confines of his kingdom, went out and received them well. And that best of monarchs in Ikizvaku line, having worshipped all of them duly, inquired after the reason of their arrival. And Agastya answered, Know that we have all come to thee, desirous of wealth. Give us what you can, without injuring others. That monarch then represented unto them the equality of his income with expenditure, and said, Knowing this, take ye what ye desire. Beholding the equality of that monarch expenditure with income, the rich, who saw both sides with equal eyes, thought that, if he took anything under the circumstances, his act would result in injury to all creatures. Then all those kings, looking at one another, together spoke unto the rich, saying, There is a Danava of the name Ilvala, who of all persons on earth is possessed of enormous wealth. Let us all approach him today and beg wealth of him. This suggestion of begging wealth of Ilvala appeared to them to be proper, and all of them went together to Ilvala after this. When Ilvala learned that those kings, along with the great rich, had arrived on the confines of his domain, he went out with his ministers and worshipped them duly. And that prince of Asuras received them hospitably, entertaining them with well-dressed meat supplied by his brother Vatapi. Then all those royal sages, beholding the mighty Asura Vatapi, who had been transformed into a ham, thus cooked for them, became sad and cheerless, and were nearly deprived of themselves. That best of riches, Agastya, addressing those royal sages, said, Yield ye not to grief, I will eat up the great Asura. And the mighty rich then sat himself down on an excellent seat, and the prince of Asuras, Ilvala, began to distribute the food smiling, and Agastya ate up the whole of the meat supplied by Vatapi. And after the dinner was over, Ilvala began to summon his brother. Thereupon a quantity of air alone came out of the illustrious rich stomach, with a sound that was loud as the roar of the clouds. And Ilvala repeatedly said, come out. Then that pass of mornings, Agastya, bursting out in laughter, said, how can he come out? I have already digested that great Asura. And beholding his brother already digested, Ilvala became sad and careless, and joining his hands along with his ministers, addressing the rich, said, what for have ye come hither, and what can I do for you? And Agastya smiling answered Ilvala, saying, we know thee to be possessed of great power and enormous wealth. These kings are not very wealth, while my need of wealth is great. Give us what thou canst without injuring others. Thus addressed, Ilvala saluted the rich and said, if thou canst say what is that I mean to give, then will I give you wealth. Hearing this, Agastya said, thou hast even purposed to give unto each of these kings 10,000 kine and as many gold coins, and unto me thou hast purposed to give twice as much, a car of gold and a couple of horses fleet as talked. If thou inquirest now, thou wilt soon learn that your car is made of gold. Thereupon Ilvala made inquiries and learned that the car had intended to give away was real of golden on, and the Daitia then with a sad heart gave away much wealth in that car, unto which were yoked 2 steeds called Virava and Surava, and those steeds took those kings and Agastya and all that wealth to the asylum of Agastya within the twinkling of an eye. And those royal sages, then obtaining Agastya permission, went away to their respective cities. And Agastya did all that his wife Lopamudra had desired, and Lopamudra then said, thou hast now accomplished all my wishes. Beget thou a shield on me that shall be possessed of great energy. And Agastya replied unto her, saying, I have been much gratified with thy conduct. Listen thou unto me as regards the proposal I make in respect of thy offspring. Once thou have 1,000 sons, or a century of sons, each equal to 10, or 10 sons equal each to 100, or one son, who may vanquish 1,000. Lopamudra answered, let me have one son equal unto 1,000. Thou ended with wealth of asceticism. One good and learned son is preferably to many evil ones. Saying, so be it, that pious Muni thereupon knew his devout wife of equal behavior, and after she had conceived, he retired into the forest, and after the Muni had gone away, the fetus began to grow for 7 years, and after the 7th year had expired, there came out of the womb the highly learned Dridihasiu, blazing in his own splendor, and the great Brahmana and the illustrious ascetic, and with might energy, took his birth as the rich son coming out of the womb, as if repeating the Vedas with the Upanishads and the Angas, and with great energy, while yet a child, he used to carry loads of sacrificial fuel into the asylum of his father, and was thence called Idimavaha. And the Muni, beholding his son possessed of such virtues, became highly glad. And it was thus that Agastya begat an excellent son, in consequence of which his ancestors obtained the regions they desired. And it is from that time that this spot hath become known on the earth as the asylum of Agastya. Indeed, this is the asylum graced with numerous beauties of that Agastya who had slain Vatapi of Prahada race, the sacred Vihagihatihi, adored by gods and Gandharvas, gently runneth by like a breeze shaken pennon in the welkin. Yonder she floweth over crag crests, descending lower and lower, and looketh like an affrighted she-snake lying along the hill slopes. Issuing out of the matted locks of Mahadeva, she passeth along, flooding the southern country and benefiting it like a mother, and ultimately mingleth with the ocean, as if she were his favorite breed. Bathe ye as ye like in the sacred river, ye son of Pandu, and behold there, the Tirtha of Bihirigu, that is celebrated over the three worlds and adored by great riches. Bathing here, Rama regained his might which had been taken away from him. Bathing here, with thy brothers and Krishna, thou wilt certainly regain that energy of thine that hath been taken away by Duryodhana, even as Rama regained his that had been taken away by Dasahatiha son in hostile encounter. At these words of Lomasa, Yudhishthira bathed there with his brothers and Krishna, and offered oblations of water to the gods and the Pitris. And after Yudhishthira had bathed in that Tirtha, his body blazed forth in bright effulgence, and he became invisibly in respect of our foes. The son of Pandu then asked Lomasa, saying, why had Rama energy and might been taken away, and how did he regain it? I ask thee, tell me everything. Listen to the history of Rama, and Rama of Bihirigu line gifted with intelligence. For the destruction of Ravana, Vishnu in his own body took his birth as the son of illustrious Dasahatiha. We saw in Ayodhya that son of Dasahatiha after he had been born. It was then that Rama of Bihirigu line, the son of Hika, Bahenuka, hearing of Rama, the son of Dasahatiha, of spotless deeds, went to Ayodhya, impelled by curiosity, and taking with him that celestial bow, fatal to the Kshatriyas, for ascertaining the prowess of Dasahatiha son. And Dasahatiha, hearing that Rama of Bihirigu haste had arrived on the confines of his domains, set his own son Rama to receive the hero with respect. And beholding Dasahatiha's son approach and stand before him with ready weapons, Rama of Bihirigu line, smiling, addressed him, saying, string, if thou canst, with all thy might, this bow which in my hands was made the instrument of destroying the Kshatriya race. Thus addressed, Dasahatiha's son answered, it behoveth thee not to insult me thus, nor am I amongst the regenerate classes deficient in the virtues of the Kshatriya order. The descendants of Ikshvaku in special never boast of the prowess of their arms. Then unto Dasahatiha's son, who said, Rama of Bihirigu line replied, a truce to our craft speech, take this bow. At this, Rama, the son of Dasahatiha, took in anger from the hands of Rama of Bihirigu line that celestial bow that had dealt death to the foremost of Kshatriya, and the mighty hero smiling strung that bow without the least exertion, and with its twang loud as the thunder harrow, afflicted all creatures. And Rama, the son of Dasahatiha, then addressing Rama of Bihirigu haste, said, here I have strung this bow, what else shall I do for thee? Then Rama, the son of Jamadagni, gave unto the illustrious son of Dasahatiha a celestial arrow, and said, placing this on the bowstring, draw to thy ear. Hearing this, Dasahatiha's son blazed up in wrath, and said, I have heard what thou hast said, and even pardoned thee. Thou art full of vanity. Through the grandsire grace thou hast obtained energy that is superior to that of the Kshatriyas, and it is for this that thou insultest me. Behold me now in my native form, I give thee sight. Then Rama of Vihirigu haste beheld in the body of the Sahatiha son, the Adityas with the Vasus, the Rudras, the Sadhiyas with the Marutas, the Pitris, Hutasana, the stellar constellations, and the planets, the Gandhiharvas, the Hakishasas, the Yakishas, the Rivas, the Tirthas. Those eternal rishis identified with Brahma and called the Valkihiliyas, the celestial rishis, the seas and mountains, the Vedas with the Upanishads and Vashats, and the sacrifices, the Samans in their living forms, the science of weapons, and the clowns with rain and lightning. And the illustrious Vishnu then shot that shaft, and at this the earth was filled with sounds of thunder, and burning meteors began to flash through the welkin, and showers of dust and rain fell upon the surface of the earth, and whirlwinds and frightful sounds convulsed everything, and the earth herself began to quake, and shot by the hand of Rama, that shaft, confounding by its energy the other hammer, came back blazing into Rama's hands, and Vihargava, who had thus been deprived of his senses, regaining consciousness in life, bowed unto Rama, that manifestation of Vishnu power, and commanded by Vishnu, he proceeded to the mountains of Mahendra, and thenceforth that great ascetic began to dwell there in terror and shame. And after the expiration of a year, the Pitris, beholding Rama dwelling there, deprived of energy, his pride quelled, and himself sunk in affliction, said unto him, having approached Vishnu, thy behavior towards him was not proper. He deserveth for ye worship and respect in the three worlds. Go to that sacred river, which goeth by name of Vadihusara, bathing in all the Tirthas of that stream, thou wilt regain thy energy. There in that river is the Tirthas called Dipitoda, where thy grandsire Vihirigu in the celestial age had practiced ascetic penances of great merit. Thus addressed by them, Rama did what the Pitris bade him, and obtained back at this Tirtha the energy he had lost. Even this was what befell Rama of spotless deeds in days of yore, after he had met Vishnu. I desire again to hear of the achievements in the tale of Agastya, that illustrious rish endowed with great intelligence. Listen now to the excellent and wonderful and extraordinary history of Agastya, about the prowess of that rish of immeasurably energy. There were in Crete age certain tribes of fish the Navas that were invincibly impatly, and they were known by the name of Kalakeyas, and were endowed with terrible prowess, placing themselves under Vritra and arming themselves with diverse weapons. They pursued the Celestials with Indra at their head in all directions. The gods then are resolved upon the destruction of Vritra, and went with Indra at their head to Brahma. And beholding them standing before him with joined hands, Paramistihi addressed them all and said, everything is known to me, ye gods, about what ye seek. I shall indicate now the means by which ye may slay Vritra. There is a high-souled and great rish known by the name of Dadihikha. Go ye all together unto him, and solicit of him a boon. With well-pleased heart, that rish of virtuous soul will even grant you the boon. Desirous as ye are of victory, go ye all together unto him, and tell him, for the good of the three worlds, give us thy bonds. Announcing his body, he will give you his bonds. with these bonds of his, make ye a fierce and powerful weapon, to be called Vajra, and with 6 sides and terrible horror, and capable of destroying even the most powerful enemies. With that weapon will he of 100 sacrifices slay Leitura. I have now told you all. See that all this is done speedily. Thus addressed by him, the gods with the grandsire leave, and with Narayana at their head, proceeded to the asylum of Dadihikha. That asylum was on the other bank of the river Sarasvati, and covered with the vast trees and creepers, and it resounded with the hum of bees, as if they were reciting sermons, and it echoed with the melodious notes of the male kokila and the hakora, and buffaloes and boas and deer and hamaras wandered there at pleasure, freed from the fear of tigers, and elephants with the juice trickling down from hand temples, plunging in the stream, spotted with the she-elephants, and made the entire region resound with their horrors, and the place echoed with the loud horrors of lions and tigers, while at intervals might be seen those grisly monarchs of the forest, lying stretched in caves and glens, and beautifying them with their presence. And such was the asylum like unto heaven itself of Dadihikha, that the gods entered. And there they beheld Dadihikha, looking like the sun himself in splendor, and blazing in grace of person like the grandsire himself. And the celestials saluted the feet of the rich, and bowed unto him, and begged of him the boon that the grandsire had bade them do. Then Dadihikha, well pleased, addressing those foremost of celestials, said, Ye celestials, I will do what is for your benefit. I will even renounce this body of mine, myself. And that foremost of men, with soul under control, having said this, suddenly renounced his life. The gods then took the bonds of the deceased rich as directed. And the celestials, glad at heart, went to Tivastri, and spake to him of the means of victory. And Tivastri, hearing those words of theirs, became filled with joy, and constructed with great attention and care the fierce weapons called Vajra, and having manufactured it, he joyful addressed Indra, saying, With these foremost of weapons, reduce that fierce foe of the gods to ashes, and having slain the foe, rule thou happily the entire domain of heaven, with those that follow thee. And thus addressed by Tivastri, Purandara took the Vajra from his hand, joyful and with proper respect. Armed with the Vajra, then, and supported by celestials, and with great might, Indra then approached Vritra, who was then occupying the entire earth and the heaven, and he was guarded on all sides by hook-bodied Kalakeyas with upraised weapons, resembling gigantic mountains with towering peaks. And the encounter that took place between the gods and the Danavas lasted for a short while, and was terrific in the extreme, appalling as it did the 3 worlds. And loud was the clash of swords and scimitars, upraised and warded off by heroic hands in course of those fierce encounters, and heads began to roll from the firmament to the earth, like fruits of the palmyra palm falling upon the ground, loosened from their stalks. And the Kalakeyas, armed with iron-mounted bludgeons, encased in golden mail, ran against the gods, like moving mountains on conflagration, and the gods, unable to stand the shock of that impetuous and proudly advancing host, broke and fled from fear. Purandara, of 1,000 eyes, beholding the gods lying in fear and Vritra, growing in boldness, became deeply dejected. And the foremost of gods, Purandara, himself, agitated with the fear of the Kalakeyas, without losing a moment, sought the exalted Narayana refuge. And the eternal Vishnu, beholding Indra, depressed, enhanced his might by imparting unto him a portion of his own energy. And when the celestials beheld that Sakra was thus protected by Vishnu, each of them imparted unto him his own energy, and the spotless Brahmas his imparted their energy unto the chief of the celestials. And favored thus by Vishnu and all the gods and by the high blessed rishis, Sakra became mightier than before. And when Vritra learned that the chief of the celestials had been filled with might of others, he sent forth some terrific horrors, and at these horrors of his, the earth, the directions, the firmament, heaven, and the mountains all began to tremble. And the chief of the celestials, deeply agitated on hearing that fierce and loud horror, was filled with fear, and desiring to slay the Asura son, hurled the might Vajra, and struck with Indra Vajra, the great Asura, decked in gold and garlands, fell headlong, like the great mountain Mandara, hurled of yore from Vishnu's hands. And Autog, the prince of deities, was slain, yet Sakra, in panic, ran from the field, desiring to take shelter in a lake, thinking that the Vajra itself had not been hurled from his hands, and regarding that Vritra himself was still alive. The celestials, however, and the great rishis became filled with joy, and all of them began to cheerfully chant the praise of Indra. And mustering together, the celestials began to slay the Danavas, who were dejected at the death of their leader, and struck with panic at sight of the assembled celestial host, the afflicted Danavas fled to the deeps of the sea. And having entered the fat homeless deep, teeming with fishes and crocodiles, the Danavas assembled together and began to proudly conspire for the destruction of the three worlds, and some amongst them that were wise in reference suggested courses of action, each according to his judgment. In course of time, however, the dreadful resolution arrived at those conspiring sons of deity was that they should, first of all, compass the destruction of all persons possessed of knowledge and ascetic virtue. The words are all supported by asceticism. Therefore, they said, lose no time for the destruction of asceticism. Compass ye without delay the destruction of those on earth that are possessed of ascetic virtues, that are conversant with duties and the ways of morality, and that have a knowledge of Brahma. For when those are destroyed, the universe itself will be destroyed. And all the Danavas, having arrived at this resolution for the destruction of the universe, became highly glad, and thenceforth they made the ocean, that abode of Varuna, with billows high as hills, their fort, from which to make their saliers. The Kalakeyas, then having recourse to that receptacle of waters, which is the abode of Varuna, began their operations for the destruction of the universe. And during the darkness of the night, those angry deities began to devour the munins they found in wood, retreats, and sacred spots. And those wicked wretches devoured in the asylum of Vasistha Brahmanas to the number of 108, besides 9 other ascetics, and proceeding to the asylum of Hyavana, that was inhabited by men Brahmacharis, they devoured a century of Brahmanas that lived upon fruit and roots alone. And they began to do all this during the darkness of the night, while they entered the deeps of the sea by day. And they slew a full score of Brahmanas of subdued souls, and leading a Brahmacharya mode of life, and living upon air and water alone, in the retreat of Viharadivaja. And it was thus that those Danavas, the Kalakeyas, intoxicated with prowess of arms and their lives, nearly ran out, gradually invaded all the asylums of the rich during the darkness of the night, slaughtering numerous Brahmanas, and although the Danavas behaved in this way towards the ascetics in wood retreats, yet men failed to discover anything of them, and every morning people saw the dead bodies of Munis, emaciated with frugal diet, lying on the ground, and many of those bodies were without flesh and without blood, without marrow, without entrails, and with limbs separated from one another. And here and there lay on the ground heaps of bones like masses of conch shells. And the earth was scattered over with the contents of broken jars and shattered ladles for pouring libations of clarified butter, and with the sacred fires kept with care by the ascetics, and the universe afflicted with the terror of the Kalakeyas, being destitute of Vedic studies and vast huts, and sacrificial festivals and religious rites, became entirely careless. And when men began to perish in this way, the survivors, afflicted with fear, fled for their lives in all directions, and some fled to caverns, and some behind mountain streams and springs, and some through fear of death died without much ado, and some who were brave and might-born men, cheerful, went out and took great trouble in tracking the Danavas, unable, however, to find them out, for the Asuras had sought refuge in the deeps of the sea. These brave men came back to their homes gratified with the search, and when the universe was being thus destroyed, and when sacrificial festivals and religious rites had been suspended, the gods became deeply afflicted, and gathering together with Indra in their midst, they began, from fear, to take counsel of one another, and repairing unto the exalted and uncreated Narayana, that unvanquished god of Vaikuntiha, the celestial sought his protection, and bowing unto the slayer of Madhu, the gods addressed him, saying, Thou art the creator, the protector, and the slayer of ourselves, as well as of the universe. It is thou who hast created this universe with its mobile and immobile creatures, thou of eyes like lotus leaves. It was thou who, in days of yore, hadst, for the benefit of all creatures, raised from the sea the sunken earth, assuming the form of a boar, and, assuming the form of half man and half lion, thou hast slain in days of yore that ancient deity of might prowess known by the name of Hiranyakasipu, and that other great Asura, Vali by name, was incapable of being slain by anyone. Assuming the form of a dwarf, thou exiledst him from the three worlds. It was by thee that wicked Asura, Rambiha, by name, who was a might-born man and who always obstructed sacrifices, was slain. Achievements like these, which cannot be counted, are thine. We who have been afflicted with fear have thee for our refuge. It is for this that we inform thee of our present troubles. Protect the worlds, the gods, and Sakra from a terrible fear. The celestials said, Through thy favor it is that all born beings of the four kinds increase, and they being created, propitiate the dwellers of heaven, by offerings made to the gods, and the names of departed forefathers. Thus it is that people, protected by thee and free from trouble, live depending on another and increase. Now this peril hath befallen the people. We do not know by whom are Brahmanas being killed during the night. If the Brahmanas are destroyed, the earth itself will meet with destruction. And if the earth cometh to an end, heaven will cease to exist. We beseech thee, that all the wars protected by thee may not come to an end, it may please thee. Vishnu saith, Yea, gods, to me is known the reason of the destruction of the born beings. I shall speak of it to you. Listen with minds free from tribulation. There exists an exceedingly fierce host, known by the name of Kalakeyas. They, under the lead of Vritra, were devastating the whole universe. And when they saw that Vritra was slain by the sagacious Indra, endowed with 1,000 eyes, they, to preserve their lives, entered into the ocean, that abode of Varuna. And having entered the ocean, abounding with sharks and crocodiles, they at night killed the saints at this spot with the view of exterminating the people. They cannot be slain, as they have taken shelter within the sea. Ye should therefore think of some expedient to dry up the ocean. Who save Agastya is capable of drying up the sea, and without drying up the ocean, these cannot be assailed by any other means. Hearing these words of Vishnu, the gods took the permission of Brahma, who lives at the best of our regions, and went to the hermitage of Agastya. Then they beheld the high-souled Agastya, the son of Varuna, of resplendent mien, and waited upon by saints, even as Brahma is waited upon by celestials. And approaching him, they addressed the son of Mitra and Varuna at the hermitage, magnanimous and unswerving, and looking like an embodiment of pious works pilled together, and glorified him by reciting his deeds. The deities said, Thou wert formerly the refuge of the gods when they were oppressed by Nahusha, torn of the world that he was thrown down from his throne of heaven, from the celestial regions. Vindhya, the foremost of our mountains, suddenly began to increase his hate from a wrathful competition with the sun, have ceased to increase, as he was unable to disobey thy command. And when darkness hath covered the world, the born beings were harassed by death. Having obtained thee for a protector, they attained the utmost security. Whenever we are beset by perils, thy reverence is always our refuge. For this reason it is that we solicit our boon from thee, as thou ever grantest the boon solicited. I am desirous of hearing in detail why it was that Vindhya, made senseless with wrath, suddenly began to increase his book. The sun, between his rising and setting, was to resolve round that monarch of mountains, the great Meru of golden lustre. And seeing this, the mountain Vindhya spake to Surya, saying, As thou every day goest round Meru, and honorest him by the circumambulations, do thou even the same by me. Thus addressed the sun replied to the great mountain, saying, I do not of my own will honor this mountain by my circumambulations, but those who have built this universe have that path been assigned to me. Thus addressed, the mountain suddenly began to increase from wrath, desirous of obstructing the path of the sun and the moon. And all the assembled gods came to Vindhya, the mighty king of mountains, and tried to dissuade him from his course. He heeded not what they said. And then all the assembled gods went to the saint, living in the hermitage, engaged in the practice of austerities, and the very best of persons devoted to virtue, and stated all that happened to Agastya, possessed of exceeding marvelous power. The gods said, "This king of hills, Vindhya, giving way to wrath, is stopping the path of the sun and the moon, and the course of the stars. Excepting thyself, there is none who can prevent him. Therefore do thou make him desist." Hearing these words of the gods, the Brahmana came to the mountain, and he with his wife, having arrived there, came near Vindhya and spake to him, saying, "I wish to have a path given to me by thee, as for some purpose I shall have to go to the southern region. Until my return, do thou wait for me. And when I have returned, thou mayest increase in bulk as much as thou pleasest." And having made this compact with Vindhya up to the present day, Varuna's son doth not return from the southern region. Thus have I asked by thee, narrated to thee why Vindhya doth not increase in bulk, by reason of the power of Agastya. Now hear how the Kalakeyas were killed by the gods after they had obtained their prayer from Agastya. Having heard the words of the gods, Agastya, the son of Mitra and Varuna, said, "Wherefore are ye come? What boon do ye solicit from me?" Thus addressed by him, the deities then spake to the saint, saying, "This did we ask thee to achieve, to drink up the great ocean. Then we shall be able to slay those enemies of the gods, known by the name of Kalakeyas, together with other adherents." Having heard the words of the gods, the saint said, "Let it be. I shall do even what ye desire, and that which will conduce to the great happiness of men." Having said this, he then proceeded to the ocean. The Lord of Rivers, accompanied by sages, heap in the practice of penances, and by the deities, and men, and snakes, celestial choristas, yakshas, and kinnaras, followed the magnanimous saints, desirous of witnessing that wonderful event. Then they came up all together near to the sea, of awful horror, dancing as it were with its billows, bounding with the breeze, and ogling with masses of froth, and stumbling at the caves, and thronged with diverse kinds of sharks, and frequented by flocks of various birds. And the deities, accompanied by Agastya and celestial choristas, and hook snakes, and highly gifted saints, approached the immense watery waste. That blessed saint, the son of Varuna, having reached the sea, spake unto the assembled gods, and the saints gathered together, saying, "Assuredly I am going to drink up the ocean, that abode of the god of waters. Be ye quickly ready with those preparations which it devolves upon you to make." Having spoken these few words, the unswerving offspring of Mitra and Varuna, full of wrath, began to drink up the sea, while all the worlds stood observing. Then the gods, together with Indra, seeing how the sea was being drunk up, were struck with mighty amazement, and glorified him with laudatory words, saying, the art of protector, and the providence itself for men, and the creator of the worlds. By thy favor, the universe with its gods may possibly be saved from havoc, and the magnanimous on, glorified by the gods, while the musical instruments of celestial choristas were playing around, and while celestial blossoms were showered upon him, handed waterless the wide ocean, and seeing the wide ocean, handed the void of water. The host of gods was exceedingly glad, and taking up choice weapons of celestial force, fell to slaying the demons with courageous hearts. And they, assailed by the magnanimous gods of great strength and swift of speed, and roaring loudly, were unable to withstand the onset of their fleet and valorous, those residents of the heavenly regions. And those demons, attacked by the gods, bellowing loudly for a moment, carried on terribly conflict. They had been in the first instance burnt by the force of penances performed by the saints, who had matured themselves. Therefore the demons, though they tried to the utmost, were at last slaughtered by the gods, and decked with brooches of gold, and wearing on their persons earrings and armlets. The demons, when slain, looked beautiful indeed, like palassala trees when full of blossoms. Then a few, the remnant of those that were killed of the Calacaea race, having rent asunder the goddess earth, took refuge at the bottom of the nether regions. And the gods, when they saw that the demons were slain with diverse species, glorified the mighty saint, and spake the following words: By thy favor men have attained a mighty blessing, and the Calacaeas of ruthless strength have been killed by thy power. Fill the seer, give up again the water drunk up by thee. Thus addressed the blessed and mighty saint replied, That water, in sooth, hath been digested by me. Some other expedient, therefore, must be thought of by you, if ye desire to make endeavor to fill the ocean. Hearing this speech of that saint of matured soul, the assembled gods were struck with both wonder and sadness, and thereupon, having bidden adieu to each other, and bowed to the mighty saint, all the born beings went their way, and the gods with Vishnu came to Brahma, and having held consultation again with the view of filling up the seer, they with joined hands spake about replenishing it. Then gathered together, Brahma, the grandfather of men, addressed, Go ye whither your pleasure may lead you, or your desire conduct you. It will take a long course of time for the ocean to resume its wonted state. The occasion will be furnished by the agnats of the great king Vihagihatiha. Hearing the words of the grandfather, all the foremost gods went their way, bidding the day. Yudhishthira said, What was that occasion, and how did the agnats, and how was the ocean refilled by the interference of Vihagihatiha, who deemest thy religions, practice as thy own treasure? I wish to hear the account of the achievements of the king, narrated in detail by thyself. Thus addressed by the magnanimous and virtuous king, he, the chief of men of the priestly class, narrated the achievements of the high-souled Sagara. There was born in the family of the Ikizhaku tribe a ruler of the earth named Sagara, endowed with beauty and strength, and that same of a dreaded name, was soundless, and he carried havoc through the tribes of the Haihayas and the Talajangihas, brought under subjection the whole of the military caste, ruled over his own kingdom. And he had 2 wives, proud of their beauty and of their youth, one a prince of the Vidarbihahais, and the other of the royal line of Sivi. And that same ruler of men betook himself to the mountain Kailasa, accompanied by both his wives, and with the desire of having a son, became engaged in the practice of exceeding austere penances. And being engaged in the practice of rigid austerities, and employed in the contemplation known by the name of yoga, he obtained the sight of the magnanimous God with 3 eyes, the slayer of the demon called Tripura, the worker of blessings, the existent on, the ruling being, the holder of the Pinaka bow, carrying in his hand the trident, the God of 3 eyes, the repository of peace, the ruler of all those that are fierce, capable of assuming very many forms, and the Lord of the goddess Umma, and that same ruler of men, of might arms, as soon as he beheld the God, that giver of bones, fell down at his feet with both his wings, and proffered a prayer to have a son. And the god Shiva, well pleased with him, spake to that most righteous of the rulers of men, attended by his 2 wives, saying, considering the moment at which thou hast proffered thy prayers to me, 6,000 sons, valorous and characterized by exceeding pride, will be born in one of thy 2 wives. They all shall perish together. In the other wife will be born a single valiant son, who will perpetuate thy race. Having said this to him, the god Rudra vanished from sight at that very spot, and that same King Sagara now came to his own abode, accompanied by his 2 wives, exceedingly delighted at heart then. And there the 2 lotus-eyed wives of him, the prince of Vidarbha and the prince of Sivi, came to be with child. And afterward, on the dewy day, the prince of Vidarbha brought forth of the shape of a gourd, and the prince of Sivi gave birth to a boy as beautiful as a god. Then the ruler of the earth made up his mind to throw away the gourd, when he heard from the sky a speech in a grave and solemn voice, "Do thou not be guilty of this heinous act. Thou shouldst not abandon thy sons. Take out the seeds from the gourd, and let them be preserved with care in steaming vessels, partly filled with clarified butter. Then thou wilt get 60,000 sons. The great God hath spoken that thy sons are to be born in this manner. Let not, therefore, thy mind be turned away therefrom." When he heard these words from the sky, he had faith therein, and did all that he was directed to do. Then the ruler of men took separately each of the seeds, and then placed these divisions in vessels filled with clarified butter, and intent on the preservation of his sons, he provided a nurse for every. Then, after a long time, there arose 60,000 exceedingly powerful sons of the same king, gifted with unmeasured strength. They were born to that saint-like king by Rudra favor, and they were terribly, and their acts were ruthless, and they were able to ascend and roam about in the sky, and being numerous themselves, despised everybody, including the gods, and they would chase even the gods, the Gandharvas, and the Hakis Hassas, and all the born beings, being themselves valiant and addicted to fighting. Then all people harassed by the dual-headed sons of Sagara, united with all the gods, went to Brahma as their refuge, and them addressed the blessed grandfather of all beings. Go ye your way, ye gods, together with all these men. In a not very long space of time, there will come about a great and exceedingly terrible destruction of Sagara sons, caused by the deed perpetrated by them. Thus addressed, those same gods and men bade adieu to the grandfather and went back to whence they had come. Then, after the experience of very many days, the mighty King Sagara accepted the consecration for performing the rites of a horse sacrifice, and his horse began to roam over the world, protected by his sons. And when the horse reached the sea, waterless and frightful to behold, although the horse was guarded with very great care, it vanished at the very spot. Then those same sons of Sagara imagined the same fine horse to have been stolen, and returning to their father, narrated how it had been stolen out of sight, and thereupon he addressed them, saying, Go ye and search for the horse in all the cardinal points. Then, by this command of their father, they began to search for the horse in the cardinal points, and throughout the whole surface of the earth. All those sons of Sagara, all mutually united, could not find the horse, nor the person who had stolen it. And coming back then, they with joined palms addressed their father before them. But I command the whole of this world with its hills and its forests, tracts, with its seas and its woods and its islands, with its rivulets and rivers and caves have been searched through by us. We cannot find either the horse or the thief who had stolen the same. And hearing the words, the same king became senseless with wrath, and then told them all, carried away by destiny. Go ye all, may ye never return. Search ye again for the horse. Without that sacrificial horse, ye must never return, my boys. And those same sons of Sagara accepted this command of their father, and once more began to search through the entire world. Now these heroes saw a rift on the surface of the earth, and having reached this pit, the sons of Sagara began to excavate it, and with spades and pickaxes they went on digging the sea, making the utmost effort. And that same abode of Varuna, being thus excavated by the united sons of Sagara, and rent and cut on all sides round, was placed in a condition of the utmost distress. And the demons and snakes and Hakis Hassas and various animated beings began to utter distressful cries while being killed by Sagara sons, and hundreds and thousands of animated beings were beheld with severed heads and separated trunks, and with their skins and bones and joints rent asunder and broken. Thus they went on digging the ocean, which was the abode of Varuna, and an exceedingly long space of time expired in this work. Still the horse was not found. Then, towards the northeastern region of the sea, the incensed sons of Sagara dug down as far the lower world, and there they beheld the horse, roaming about on the surface of the ground. And they saw the magnanimous Kapila, who looked like a perfect mass of splendor, and having beheld him shining with his brightness, just as the fire shineth with its flames, they, seeing the horse, were flushed with delight. And they, being incensed, sent forward by their fate, paid no heed to the presence of the magnanimous Capilla, and ran forward with a view to seizing the horse. Then Capilla, the most righteous of saints, he whom the great sage named as Capilla, Vasudeva, assumed a feared look, and the mighty saint shoot flames towards them, and thereby burnt thou the two-headed sons of Sagara, and Narada, whose praxis of austerities was very great, when he beheld them reduced to ashes, came to Sagara's side, and gave the information to him. And when the king learnt this terrible news, which proceeded from the mouth of the saint, for nearly an hour he remained sad, and then he bethought himself of what Siva had said. Then sending for Asuman, the son of Asamanjas, and his own grandson, he spake the following words: Those same 60,000 sons of unmeasured strength, having encountered Capilla wrath, have met their death on my account. And thy father hath been forsaken by me in order to discharge my duty, and being desirous of doing good to my subjects, whose whole wealth consists in religion's praxis. Tell me for what reason Sagara, the foremost of kings, abandoned his own begotten son, and with valor, an act difficult. Our son was born to Sagara, known by the name of Asamanjas, he who was given birth to by the prince of Sivi, and he used to seize by throat the feeble children of the townsmen, and threw them while screaming into the river. And thereupon the townsmen, overwhelmed with terror and grief, met together, and all standing with joined palms, besought Sagara in the following way: Thou art our protector from the dreaded peril of attack from a hostile force. Therefore it is proper for thee to deliver us from the frightful danger proceeding from Asamanjas. And the most righteous of the rulers of men, having heard this frightful news from his subjects, for nearly an hour remained sad, and then spake to his ministers, saying, This day from the city let my son Asamanjas be driven forth. If ye wish to do what will be acceptable to me, let this be quickly done. And those same ministers, thus addressed by the king, performed in a hurry exactly what the king had commanded them to do. Thus have I narrated to thee how the magnanimous Sagara banished his son with a view to the welfare of the residents of the town. I shall now full narrate to thee what Asuman of the powerful bow was told by Sagara. Listen to me. Sorry am I at heart for having abandoned thy father on account of the death of my sons, and on being unsuccessful in getting back the horse. Therefore, harassed with grief and confounded with the obstruction to my religion's rites as I am, thou must bring back the horse and deliver me from hell. Thus addressed by the magnanimous Sagara, Asuman went with sorrow to that spot where the earth had been excavated. And by that very passage he entered into the seer, and beheld the illustrious Capilla and that same horse. And having beheld that ancient saint, most righteous of his order, looking like a mass of light, he bowed with his head to the ground, and informed him to the reason of his visit. Then Capilla was pleased with Asuman, and that saint of a virtuous soul told him to ask for a favor from him. And he in the first place prayed for the horse, for the purpose of using it in the sacrifice. In the second place he prayed for the purification of his fathers. Then the mighty chief of saints, Kapila spake to him, saying, I shall grant thee everything that thou desirest. May good luck be thine. In thee are fixed forbearance and truth in righteousness. By thee hath Sagara had all his desires fulfilled. Thou art a son to thy father, and by thy ability the sons of Sagara will go to heaven. And the son of thy son, with a view to purifying the sons of Sagara, will obtain the favor of the great god Shiva, and will bring the river that floweth in 3 streams, Ganga. May good luck be thine. Take thou with thee the sacrificial horse. Finish my lad, the sacrificial rites of the magnanimous Sagara. Thus addressed by the illustrious Kapila, Asuman took the horse with him and came back to the sacrificial earth of the might-minded Sagara. Then he fell prostrate at the feet of the high-souled Sagara, who smelt him on the head and narrated all the events to him, all that had been seen and heard by him, and likewise the destruction of Sagara's sons. He announced that the horse had been brought back to the sacrificial earth, and when King Sagara heard of this, he no more grieved on account of his sons, and he praised and honored Asuman and finished those same sacrificial rites. His sacrifice finished, Sagara was greeted honorably by all the gods, and he converted the seer Varuna dwelling place into a son of himself. And the lotus-eyed, having ruled his kingdom for a period of exceeding length, placed his grandson on the throne, responsibilities, and then ascended to heaven. And Asuman likewise, virtuous in soul, ruled over the world as far as the edge of the sea, following the footprints of his father. His son was named Dilipa, vested in virtue, upon him placing the duties of his sovereign post. Asuman likewise departed this life. And then, when Dilipa heard what an awful fate had overtaken his forefathers, he was sorely grieved, and talked of the means of raising them, and the ruler of men made every great effort towards the descent of Ganga. Although trying to the utmost of his power, he could not bring about what he much wished. And a son was born to him, known by the name of Vihagihatiha. Beauty was, and devoted to a virtuous life, and truthful, and free from feelings of malice. And Dilipa appointed him as king, and betook himself to the forest life. And that same king devoted himself to a successful course of austerities, and at the end of period from the forest departed to heaven. That same king, of a powerful bow, standing at the head of the surrounding, of a powerful car, became the delight of the eyes and the soul of all the world. And he of the powerful arm came to learn how his forefathers had met an awful end from Kapila, of might soul, and how they had been unable to attain the region of gods. And he with a sorrowful heart made over his kingly duties to his ministers, and for practicing austerities went to the side of the snowy mountain. And desirous of extinguishing his sins by leading an austere life and obtaining the favor of the Ganga, he visited that foremost of mountains, Himalaya, and he beheld it adorned with peaks of diverse forms, full of mineral earth, be sprinkled on all sides with drops from clouds, which were casting themselves upon the breeze, beautified with rivers and grooves and rock spools. looking like palaces, attended upon by lions and tigers that had concealed themselves in its caves and pits, and inhabited by birds of checkered forms, which were uttering diverse sounds, such as the bihingahajas, and ganders, and datiuhas, and watercocks, and peacocks, and birds with 100 feathers, and jivacas, and blackbirds, and hakoras of eyes furnished with black corners, and the birds that love their young. And he saw the mountain abounding in lotus plants, growing in delightful reservoirs of water. And the cranes handled it charming with their sounds, and the kinnaras and the celestial nymphs were seated on its stone slabs, and the elephants, occupying the cardinal points, had everywhere hobby-bed its trees with the end of their tusks, and the demigods of the Vidyadhara class frequented the hill, and it was full of various gems, and was infested by snakes, breathing terrible poison of glowing tongues. And the mountain at places looked like gold, and elsewhere it resembled a silvery. And at some places it was like a reef of collyrium. Such was the snowy hill where the king now found himself, and that most praiseworthy of men at that spot betook himself to an awful austere course of life, and for 1,000 years his subsistence was nothing but water, fruit, and roots. When, however, 1,000 years, according to the calculation of gods, had elapsed, then the great river Ganga, having assumed a material form, manifested to him herself. Ganga said, "What dost thou desire of me, and what must I bestow on thee? Tell me the same. I shall do as thou mayest ask me." Thus addressed, the king then made his reply to Ganga, the doctor of the snowy hill, saying, "My father's fathers, while searching for the horse, were sent by Kapila to the abode of the god of death. And those same 60,000 sons of Sagara, of mighty soul, having met with the majestic Kapila, perished in an instant of time. Having thus perished, there hath been no place for them in the region of heaven. Long as thou dost not besprinkle those same bodies with thy water, there is no salvation for these same Sagara's sons. Carry thou my forefathers, Sagara's sons, to the region of heaven. On their account I am beseeching thee, forsooth." Ganga, the goddess saluted by the world, having heard these words of the king, was well pleased, and spake to Bihagihatiha the following words: "I am prepared to do what thou dost ask me, there is no doubt therein. When I shall descend from the sky to the earth, the force of my fall will be difficult to sustain. In the three worlds there exists none who is able to sustain the same, excepting Shiva, the most praiseworthy of gods, the great lord with the throat of sable blue. Obtain the favor by practicing austerities of that same Shiva, giver of wounds. That same God will sustain my descent upon his head. Thy desire he will fulfill, the desire, namely, to be of service to thy fathers." Then the great king Bihagihatiha, having heard the same, went to the Kailasa hill, and betaking himself to a severe course of penances, at the expiration of a certain length of time, obtained the favor of that worker of blessings. And that same best of men, in order that his forefathers might have a place in heaven secured to them, received from that very Shiva the fulfillment of his wish, namely, the wish that the descending Ganga might be sustained. The blessed god, having heard what Vihagihatiha had said, and with a view to doing what was agreeably to the residents of heaven, replied to the king, saying, Let it be. For thy sake I shall sustain the river of the gods, when she will take her descent from the sky, she who is pure and blessed and divine. Saying this, he came to the snowy mountain, surrounded by his attendants of awful mien, and with uplifted weapons of diverse forms. And standing there, he said to Vihagihatiha, the most praiseworthy of men, Do thou pray to the river, the daughter of the king of mountains. I shall sustain that most praiseworthy of rivers, when she falls down from the third region of the world. Having heard these words uttered by Shiva, the king became devout, made obeisance, and directed his thoughts towards Ganga. Then the delightful of Purvada, in being talked of by the king, and seeing that the great lord was standing, came down of a sudden from the sky, and seeing that she had taken her leap from the sky, the gods, together with the might saints, the Gandharvas, the snakes, and the Yakshas, assembled there as spectators. Then came down from the sky Ganga, the daughter of the snowy mountain, and her whirlpools were hanging, and she was teeming with fishes and sharks. She, directing her course towards the sea, separated herself into 3 streams, and her waters was bestrewn with peels of froth, which looked like so many rows of ganders, and crooked and tortuous in the movement of her body, at places, and at other stumbling as it were, and covered with foam as with a hob. She went forward like a woman drunk. And elsewhere, by virtue of the roar of her waters, she uttered loud sounds, thus assuming very many different aspects. When she fell from the sky and reached the surface of the earth, she said to Vihagihatiha, Show me the path that I shall have to take. For thy sake have I descended to the earth. Having heard these words, King Vihagihatiha directed his course towards the spot where lay those bodies of might Sagara sons, in order that the whole water might float. Having achieved the task of sustaining Ganga, Shiva, saluted by men, went to Kailasa, the most praiseworthy of mountains, accompanied by the celestials. And the protector of men, accompanied by Ganga, reached the sea, and the sea, the abode of Varuna, was quickly filled, and the king adopted Ganga as a daughter of himself, and at that spot offered libations of water to the names of his forefathers. Thus was his heart wish fulfilled. Thus asked by thee, I have narrated the whole history how Ganga, running in 3 streams, was brought down to the earth, fulfilling the sea, how the might saint had drunk up the sea for a particular reason, and how Vatapi, the slave of Brahmanas, was destroyed by Agastya. Then the son of Kunti went at a slow pace to the 2 rivers Nanda and Aparananda, which had the virtue of destroying the dread of sin, and the protector of men, having reached the healthy hill Hemakuta, beheld there very many strange and inconceivable sights. There the very utterance of words caused the gathering of clouds and 1,000 volleys of stones. And the people at his sight were struck sad, and were unable to ascend the hill. There the winds blew for a year, and the heavens always poured down rains, and likewise the sounds of the hesitation of the sacred rite were heard, yet nobody was seen. In the evening and in the morning would be seen the blessed fire that carries offerings to the gods, and there flies would bite and interrupt the practice of austerities. And there a sadness would overtake the soul, and people would become sick. The son of Pandu, having observed very many strange circumstances of this character, again addressed his questions to Lomasa with reference to these wonderful things. I am going to tell thee as we heard it before. Do thou attend to the same with intent mind. In this peak of his Hava, there was once a saint known by that name, and his life had lasted for many 100 years, and he was devoted to penances and was greatly wrathful. And he, forsooth, for having been spoken to by others, from wrath addressed him thus: Whoever should utter any words he, thou must throw stones at him, and thou must car up the winds to prevent him from making any noise. This was what the saint said, and at this place, as soon as a man utter any words, he is forbidden by a whirring cloud. Thus these deeds were performed by that great saint, and from wrath he forbade other acts. Tradition says that, when the gods of yore had come to the Nanda, suddenly came over a number of men to look at the celestials. Those same gods at whose head stood Indra did not, however, like to be seen, and they hindered this spot inaccessibly by raising obstructions in the form of hills, and from that day forward men could not cast their eyes at any time on what looked like a hill, far less could they ascend the same. This big mountain is incapable of being seen by one who have not led an austere life, nor can such a one ascend it. Therefore keep thou thy tongue under control. Here at that time all those gods performed the best sacrificial rites. Even up to this day these marks thereof may be seen. This grass here hath the form of the sacred kusa grass. The ground here seemeth to be overspread with the sacred grass, and many of these trees here look like the spots for tying the sacrificial beasts. Still the gods and saints have residence here, and their sacred fire is observed in the morning and in the evening. Here, if one bathes, his sins is forthwith destroyed. Do thou, therefore, perform thy ablutions together with thy younger brothers. Then, after having washed thyself in the Nanda, thou wilt repair to the river Kausiki, the spot where the most excellent and severest form of penances was practiced by Visvamitra. Then the king with his attendants, having washed his body there, proceeded to the river Kausiki, which was pure and delightful and pleasant with cool water. This is the pure, divine river by name Kausiki, and this is the delightful hermitage of Visvamitra, conspicuous here, and this is a hermitage with a whole name, belonging to Kasyapa of my soul, whose son was his Hinga, devoted to penances and of passes under control. He by force of his penances caused Indra to reign, and that god, the slayer of the demons, Vala and Vritra, dreading him, poured down rain during a drought. That powerful and mighty son of Kasyapa was born of a hind. He worked a great marvel in the territory of Lomapada, and when the crops had been restored, King Lomapada gave his daughter Santa in marriage to him, as the son gave in marriage his daughter Savitri. Yudhishthira said, "How was the son of Kasyapa, his Hinga, born of a Hindi? And how was he endowed with holiness, being the issue of a reprehensibly sexual connection? And for what reason was Indra, the slayer of the demons, Vala and Vritra, afraid of that same sagacious boy? And for thou reigned during a period of drought. And how beautiful was that prince Santa, poor in life, she who allured the heart of him when he had turned himself into a stag." And sighs the royal saint Lomapada is said to have been of a virtuous disposition. Why was it that in his territory Indra, the chastiser of the demon Paka, had withheld rain? All this in detail, exactly as it happened, thou wilt be pleased to narrate to me, for I am desirous of hearing the deeds of his Hinga life. Hear how his Hinga, of dreaded name, was born as a son to Vihandaka, who was a saint of the Brahmana caste, who had cultured his soul by means of religious austerities, whose seed never failed in causing generation, and who was learned and bright like the Lord of Wings. And the father was highly honored, and the son was possessed of a mighty spirit, and Tog, our boy, was respected by aged men. And that son of Kasyapa, Vivihandaka, having proceeded to a big lake, devoted himself to the practice of penances. And that same saint, comparably to a god, labored for a long period, and also while he was washing his mouth in the waters, he beheld the celestial nymph Urvasi, whereupon came out his seminal fluid, and a hind at that time lapped it up along with the water that she was drinking, being athirst, and from this cause she became with child. That same hind had really been a doctor of the gods, and had been told of yore by the whole Brahma, the creator of the world. Thou shalt be a hind, and when in that form thou shalt give birth to a saint, thou shalt then be freed, as destiny would have it, and as the word of the Creator would not be untrue. In that same hind was born his son, a mighty saint, and his Hinga, devoted to penances, always passed his days in the forest. There was a horn of the head of that magnanimous saint, and for this reason did he come to be known at the time by the name of his Hinga. And being his father, not a man had ever before been seen by him. Therefore his mind was entirely devoted to the duties of a continent life. At this very period there was a ruler of the land of Anga, known by the name of Lopada, who was a friend of Dasahatiha. We have heard that he, from love of pleasure, had been guilty of a falsehood towards a Brahmana, and that same ruler of the world had at that time been shunned by all persons of the priestly class, and he was without a ministering priest. And the god of 1,000 eyes suddenly abstained from giving rain in his territory, that his people began to suffer, and he questioned a number of Brahmanas devoted to penances, of cultivated minds, and possessed of capabilities with reference to the matter of rain being granted by the Lord of gods, saying, "How may the heavens grant us the rain? Think of an expedient." And those same cultured men, being thus questioned, gave expression to their respective views, and one among them, the best of saints, spake to that same king, saying, "The Brahmanas are angry with thee. Do some act for appeasing them. Send for his Hinga, the son of a saint, resident of the forest, knowing nothing of the female sex, and always taking delight in simplicity. If he, great in the practice of penances, should show himself in thy territory, forthwith rain would be granted by the heavens. I have no doubt at all. And having heard these words, Lomapada made atonement for his sins, and he went away. And when the Brahmanas had been appeased, he returned again, and seeing the king returned, the people were again glad at heart. Then the king of anger convened a meeting of his ministers, proficient in giving counsel, and he took great pains in order to settle some plan for securing a visit from his Hinga. And with those ministers who were versed in all branches of knowledge, and exceedingly proficient in worldly matters, and had a thorough training in practical affairs, he at last settled a plan. And then he sent for a number of courtesans, women of the town, clever in everything. And when they came, that same ruler of the earth, he spake to them, saying, Ye lovely woman, ye must find some means to elude and obtain the confidence of the son of the saint, his Hinga, whom ye must bring over to my territory. And those same women, on the one hand, afraid of the anger of the king, and on the other, dreading a curse from the saint, became sad and confounded, and declared the business to be beyond their power. On among them, a hoary woman thus spake to the king, in whose wealth solely consists in penances, I shall try to bring over he. Thou wilt have to procure for me certain things in connection with the plan. In that case, I may be able to bring over the son of the saint, his Hinga. Thereupon the king gave an order that all that she might ask for should be procured, and he gave a good deal of wealth and jewels of various kinds. And then she took with herself a number of women endowed with beauty and youth, and went to the forest without delay. She, in order to compass the object of the king, prepared a floating hermitage, both because the king had ordered it, and because it exactly accorded with her plan. And the floating hermitage, containing artificial trees adorned with various flowers and fruits, and surrounded by diverse shrubs and creeping plants, and capable of furnishing choice and delicious fruits, was exceedingly delightful and nice and pleasing, and looked as if it had been created by magic. Then she moored the vessel at no great distance from the hermitage of Kasyap's son, and sent emissaries to survey the place where that same saint habitually went about. And then she saw an opportunity, and having conceived a plan in her mind, sent forward her daughter, a courtesan by trade and of smart sense. And that clever woman went to the vicinity of the religious men, and arriving at the hermitage, beheld the son of the saint. The courtesan said, I hope that is all well with the religious devout, and I hope that thou hast a plentiful store of fruits and roots, and that thou takest delight in this hermitage. Verily, I come here now to pay thee a visit. I hope the practice of austerities among the saints is on the increase. I hope that thy father, his spirit, hath not slackened, and that he is well pleased with thee. I hope thou prosecutest the studies proper for thee. His Hinga said, Thou art shining with lustre, as if thou wert of a light, and I deem thee worthy of obeisance. Verily I shall give thee water for washing thy feet, and such fruits and roots as may be liked by thee, for this is what my religion hath prescribed to me. Be thou pleased to take at thy pleasure thy seat on a mat made of the sacred grass, covered over with a black deer skin, and made pleasant and comfortably to sit upon. And where is thy hermitage? Thou resemblest a god in thy mien. What is the name of this particular religious vow, which thou seemest to be observing now? The courtesan said, on the other hand of yonder hill, which covers the space of 3 journeys, is my hermitage, a delightful place. There, not to receive obeisance, is the ruler of my fate, nor do I touch water for washing my feet. I am not worthy of obeisance from persons like thee. I must make obeisance to thee. This is the religion's observance to be practised by me, namely, that thou must be clasped in my arms. His Hiasringa said, let me give thee rib fruits, such as galnuts, mirobalans, carusas, ingudas, from sun tracts, and Indian fig. May it please thee to take a delight in them. She threw aside all those edible things, and then gave him unsweetable things for food, and these were exceedingly nice and beautiful to see, and were very much acceptable to his Hiasringa. And she gave him garlands of an exceedingly fragrant scent, and beautiful and shining garments to wear, and first-rate drinks, and then played and loghead and enjoyed herself. And she at his side played with a bow, and while thus employed, looked like a creeping plant broken in two. And she touched his body with her own, and repeatedly clasped his Hiasringa in her arms. Then she bent and brake the flowery twigs from trees, such as the sala, the asoka, and the tilaka, and overpowered with intoxication, assuming a bashful look, she went on tempting the great saint Son. And when she saw that the heart of his Hiasringa had been touched, she repeatedly pressed his body with her own, and casting glances, slowly went away under the pretext that she was going to make offerings on the fire. On her departure, his Hiasringa became overpowered with love and lost his sense. His mind turned constantly to her and felt itself vacant, and he began to sigh and seemed to be in great distress. At that moment appeared Vivihandaka, Kasyapa son, he whose eyes were tauni like those of a lion, whose body was covered with hair down to the tip of the nails, who was devoted to studies proper for his caste, and whose life was poor and was passed in religion's meditation. He came up and saw that his son was seated alone, pensive and sad, his mind upset, and singing again and again with upturned eyes. And Vivihandaka spake to his distressed son, saying, my boy, why is it that thou art not hewing the logs for fuel? I hope thou hast performed the ceremony of burnt offering today. I hope thou hast polished the sacrificial ladles and spoons, and brought the calf to the milk cow, whose milk furnisheth materials for making offerings on the fire. Verily, thou art not in thy wonted state. Thou seemest to be pensive, and to have lost thy sense. Why art thou sad today? Let me ask thee, who hath been to this place today? His Hiasringa said, here came today a religious student with a mass of hair on his head, and he was neither short nor tall, and he was of a spirited look and a golden complexion, and ended with eyes large as lotuses, and he was shining and graceful as a god, and rich was his beauty, blazing like the sun, and he was exceedingly fair, with eyes graceful and black, and his twisted hair was blue black and neat and long and of a fragrant scent, and tied up with strings of gold. A beautiful ornament was shining on his neck, which looked like lightning in the sky, and under the throat he had 2 balls of flesh without a single hair upon them, and of an exceedingly beautiful form. And his waist was slender to a degree, and his navel neat and smooth was the region about his hips. Then again there shone a golden string from under his cloth, just like this waist string of mine, and there was something on his feet of wonderful shape, which gave forth a jingling sound. Upon his wrists likewise was tied a pair of ornaments that made a similar sound, and looked just like this hussar here. And when he walked, his ornaments uttered a jingling sound, like those uttered by the delighted ganders upon a sheet of water, and he had on his person garments of a wonderful make. These clothes of mine are by no means beautiful like those. And his face was wonderful to behold, and his voice was calculated to gladden the heart, and his speech was pleasant like the song of the male blackbird. And while listening to the same, I felt touched to my inmost soul. And as a forest in the midst of the vernal season assumes a grace only when it is swept over by the breeze, he of an excellent and pure smell looks beautiful when fanned by the air, and his mass of hair is nearly tied up and remains adhering to the head and forehead, evenly sundered in 2, and his 2 eyes seemed to be covered with wonderful hakarabaka birds of an exceedingly beautiful form, and he carried upon his right palm a wonderful globule fruit, which reaches the ground and again leaps up to the sky in a strange way, and he beats it and turns himself round and wheels like a tree moved by the breeze. And when I looked at him, he seemed to be a son of the celestials, and my joy was extreme, and my pleasure unbounded. And he clasped my body, took hold of my matted hair, and bent down my mouth, and mingling his mouth with my own, uttered a sound that was exceedingly pleasant. And he doth not care for water, for washing his feet, nor for those fruits offered by me. And he told me that such was the religion observance practised by him. And he gave unto me a number of fruits. Those fruits were tasteful unto me. These here are not equal to them in taste. They have not got any ring, nor any stone within them, like these. And he of a noble form gave me to drink water of an exceedingly fine flavor, and having drunk it, I experienced great pleasure, and the ground seemed to be moving under my feet. And these are the garlands, beautiful and fragrant, and twinned with silken threads, that belong to him. And he, bright with fervent piety, having scattered these garlands here, went back to his own hermitage. His departure hath saddened my heart, and my frame seems to be in a burning sensation, and my desire is to go to him as soon as I can, and to have him every day walk about here. Let me this very moment go to him. Pray, what is that religious observance which is being practised by him, as he of a noble piety is practising penances? I am desirous to live the same life with him. My heart is yearning after similar observances. My soul will be in torment if I see him not. Vibhandaka said, those are Hakis Hassas. They walk about in that wonderful, beautiful form. Their strength is unrivaled, and their beauty great, and they always meditate obstruction to the praxis of penances, and they assume lovely forms and try to allure by diverse means, and those fierce beings who led the saints, the dwellers of the woods, from blessed regions, and the saint who have control over his soul, and who is desirous of obtaining the regions where go the righteous ought to have nothing to do with them. And their acts are vile, and their delight is in causing obstruction to those who practice penance. A pious man should never look at them, and those were drinks unworthy to be drunk, being as they were spirituous liquors consumed by unrighteous men. And these garlands, bright and fragrant and of various hues, are not intended for saints, having thus forbidden his son, by saying that those were wicked demons. Vibhisandaka went in quest of her, and when by 3 days' search he was unable to trace where she was, he then came back to his own hermitage. In the meanwhile, when the son of Kasyapa had gone out to gather fruits, then that very courtesan came again to tempt his Hyasringa, in the manner described above. And as soon as his Hyasringa had her in sight, he was glad and hurriedly rushing towards him said, "Let us go to thy hermitage before the return of my father." Then those same courtesans by contrivances made the own son of Kasyapa enter their bark, and unmoored the vessel. And by various means they went on delighting him, and at length came to the side of Anga king, and leaving then that floating vessel of an exceedingly white tint upon the water, and having placed it within sight of the hermitage, he similarly prepared a beautiful forest, known by the name of the floating hermitage. The king kept that own son of Vibhisandaka within that part of the palace destined for the females, when of a sudden he beheld that rain was poured by the heavens, and that the world began to be flooded with water. And Lomapada, the desire of his heart fulfilled, bestowed his daughter Santa on his Hyasringa in marriage, and with a view to appease the wrath of his father, he ordered Quem to be placed, and fields to be prolonged, but that road that Vibhisandaka was to take, in order to come to his son. And the king placed plentiful cattle and stout cow-herds, and gave the latter the following order: "When the great saint Vibhisandaka should inquire of you about his son, ye must join your palms and say to him that this cattle and these plowed fields belong to his son, and that ye are his slaves, and that ye are ready to obey him in all that he might bid." Now the saint, whose wrath was fierce, came to his hermitage, having gathered fruits and roots and searched for his son, not finding him because exceedingly wroth, and he was tortured with anger, and suspected it to be the doing of the king, and therefore he directed his course towards the seat of Hampa, having made up his mind to burn the king, his seat, and his whole territory. And on the way he was fatigued and hungry, when he reached those same settlements of cow-herds, rich with cattle, and he was honored in a suitable way by those cow-herds, and then spent the night in a manner befitting a king, and having received very great hospitality from them, he asked them, saying, "To whom do ye belong?" Then they all came up to him and said, "All this wealth have been provided for thy son. At different places he was thus honored by that best of men, and saw his son, who looked like the god Indra in heaven. And he beheld there his daughter-in-law, Santa, looking like lightning issuing from awe. And having seen the hamlets and the copens provided for his son, and having beheld Santa, his great resentment was appeased. Vibhandaka expressed great satisfaction with the very ruler of the earth, and the great saint, whose power rivaled that of the sun, and the god of fire, praised there his son, and thus spake: As soon as a son is born to thee, and having performed all that is agreeably to the king, to the forest must thou come without fail. And he had hunger, did exactly as his father said, and went back to the place where his father was. Santa obediently waited upon him, as in the firmament the star Rohini waits upon the moon, or the fortunate Arundhati waits upon Vasistha, or Lopamudra waits upon Agastya. And as Damayanti was an obedient wife to Nala, or Sakhi is to the god who holdeth the thunderbolt in his hand, or as Indrasena, Narayana doctor, was always obedient to Mudigala, did Santa wait affectionately upon his Hyashinga when he lived in the wood. This is the whole hermitage which belonged to him, beautifying the great lake here. It bears whole fame. Here perform thy ablutions, and have thy desire fulfilled, and having purified thyself, direct thy course towards other whole spots,